Welcome to this course of ASP.NET Web Development. We'll be creating views and creating APIs through MVC, that is Model View Controller Design Pattern, using Entity Framework. And we'll be performing create, read, update, delete operations, which is generally a very common operations that is being performed by a user. And this we'll be doing step by step. We'll be building it, designing it, and testing as well from scratch. If you follow this course, what you will be ending up is building this particular portal, which is in the tabular format. The data gets represented, it gets read as well from the database, it gets displayed on the browser. You'll be able to add a customer, you'll be able to click on a button, directs to the view where you will be able to add certain details like customer first name, last name, date of birth, email ID. Once you click on submit, a new data gets created. Apart from that, you will be able to edit the data as well. If you click on one of the records, you'll be clicking on edit and it will lead to your edit page, wherein you'll be able to perform edit operations and then click on save, which edits the data. And you'll be able to perform a delete operation as well, where you will be able to view the data related to the data that you have selected and click on delete to delete the data as well. Apart from that, what you will be learning in this course is to build APIs. You'll be able to build get API, you'll be able to build post API as well, and you can use Postman to fire these transactions and verify whether your APIs really work or not. And you'll be able to perform get call, you will be able to perform post call, you'll be able to test that in your browser as well once you have performed these APIs. And all these instructions and steps shown in the course are taught step by step, with the basic concepts understanding first and then moving on to practical approach. So stay tuned and let's proceed with how the roadmap of this course looks like. Hey guys, welcome to this particular lecture. Now we'll look at the roadmap, the course contents, and this is pretty important and it will give you an idea how everything stitched together. And we'll be looking at what the course really contains about. Now we'll start with Visual Studio IDE. It's an integrated development environment. We'll start with installation of Visual Studio. And if it's already installed in your machine, you are good to go. But for some of my students who aren't well versed with the IDE, Integrated Development Environment, we'll give an idea about how to install Visual Studio in your machine. You have a choice to create Microsoft login or sign in to Visual Studio. The choice is yours. But this is an optional factor, which is like create a Microsoft login. We'll cover that aspect as well. Then we'll move on to create boiler template of ASP.NET MVC using Visual Studio. So this is an aspect where we will create a boiler template for Model View Controller ASP.NET Web Development using Visual Studio. We'll touch base on that. Then we will head on to Introduction to MVC, that is Model View Controller as such. What is Model View Controller? What's the rationality behind Model View Controller, how it really works, just basic concepts, and then we will move further. Then we will touch base with the Introduction to Entity Framework, the basic concepts of Microsoft.NET Entity Framework, what is really important from understanding perspective before we dive in. Then we will touch base with what is the concept of code first approach. We'll understand what's a code first approach and a database approach as well. But we will stick to code first approach. It has its own advantages and the long term version. This is what helps us from pattern perspective. It is very good approach. So we'll continue with code first approach. Then we will touch base on running migrations and updating our database. It will be a practical aspects because the previous lecture will be conceptual. It will cover the basic aspects. So this particular lecture will be running migrations and updating database. It will give you the practical aspects, and the database which will be using is the inbuilt Microsoft SQL Server itself, which is embedded with the ASP.NET technology. After that, we'll touch base with create database server, the first table that we will create through our migrations, running our migrations as well. We'll be looking at verifying the database that's get created in our machine as well, and we'll look at the table as well, which we are supposed to create. Then we will touch base with insert data into database and create DB sets. We'll be looking in the DB set in entity framework concept as well, and insert the data into the database. Then we will touch base with data repository. We will create data repository class, and we will create a data repository interface as well. This is very important before you start with any other operations of CRUD, that is create, read, update, delete. Then we will touch base with adding table details and model details on the view. We'll be looking from that perspective. And then we will head on to returning value to view, adding dependency injection. This is pretty important before we perform the CRUD operations with data repositories and repository class and data repository interface as such. Then we'll be looking at introduction to web APIs, application programming interface. What is really practical approach of APIs, why it is really required. We'll touch base on that. It will be basic concepts again for some of my students. Then we'll be looking at building the get web API for reading the data from database. So this is the first time that we'll be looking at the CRUD operations. Now, out of all these operations, that is create, read, update, delete, the first mechanism which will be touch basing is a read. We'll be reading from the database through the get API. Then we will touch base at add customer functionality of CRUD. So after we have performed the read, we will look at the create functionality, and this will be add customer functionality of CRUD. We will touch base with create view for the new customer, insert data into the database with a view, that is through a browser. And after that we have done that successfully, we'll move on to post call to insert data via API. Then we will touch base with update customer functionality of CRUD, which is U part of CRUD, and this will be edit view from the existing customer, controller edit for view and post. That's what we will touch base with. After that, we'll touch base with delete customer functionality of CRUD, and this will involve delete view for the existing customer and controller delete for view and post. And in the end, we will look on the finishing touches in the end, and just to beautify some of the styles for the web application so that it becomes a little bit presentable. So stay tuned and let's proceed to the next chapter. All right, welcome to this particular lecture, which is the first lecture of this whole tutorial. Now this will cover the installation and the setup of Visual Studio, and this needs to be there in your machine. Even if you are using Windows or your Mac, you need to have Visual Studio so that you can start scripting in ASP.NET or create any web development. Now for that, what we need to do is you can go to Google and just type as in Google, you can type it as Visual Studio. And there are a couple of versions. One is a Visual Studio Code and another is Visual Studio. Now Visual Studio Code is pretty good IDE. It's very good for coding as well. But now what I'm using in this particular tutorial is Visual Studio. That is, once you search over here, you can just verify there is Visual Studio 2019 to 2022 is the latest one currently. So whatever is the latest, or you can go for 2019. I am currently using 2019 in my machine for but you can still go for 2022. There is very little difference between 2022 and 2019. Now whatever I'm covering in this particular lecture, that can be done with Visual Studio 2022, which is the latest. There is no difference at all, and that's my understanding. So as said, you can go for either 2022 or 2019 or Studio as Studio Code as well if you think it's very comfortable for you. I'm just giving a disclaimer that I'm using Visual Studio 2019. So if you click on this particular version, you'll be able to see download Visual Studio tools. You can click on that, install it free for your Windows or your Mac, whatever is your machine. Now these are the options given by Visual Studio. You can click on the free download one, which is a community version. It's pretty easy. Like the moment you click on free download, you will be given an option to download itself, and the moment you do that, you can see that download installable already starts in your bottom left corner, that is Visual Studio setup.exe. Now if you double click on that, you will be able to get a pop-up which shows as open file, security warning, and then you can click on run option and then set up your Visual Studio on your machine. Once you have set up your Visual Studio, it's pretty easy. Like you can just search in your go to start of Windows, just type as Visual Studio, and you can find your Visual Studio in your machine where it is stored. Now when you run your executable file, it will give a default option. You can probably change it as well if you really want it, but at least it will give you an indication where it is going to download your setup so that you can start looking for Visual Studio in your machine. I have already installed Visual Studio 2019 in my machine. I'll probably start with it in my next video or the lecture. Alright, now what we need to do is we need to click on Windows, Start, and we need to search Windows Studio 2019. Now if you are not able to see over here in this panel, what you need to do is search for it. So what you can type is Visual Studio and it will search. You need to select Visual Studio 2019 or higher version based on what you might have installed in your machine. So click on Visual Studio, and the moment you do that, Visual Studio opens up and it will give a couple of options. That is, do you want to clone or check out your code, open up a project or solution, open a folder, and create a new project. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new project. So I'll click on create a new project, and the moment I do that, if you notice, Microsoft Visual Studio has some templates. It's already inbuilt in Microsoft Visual Studio. So you are able to see ASP.NET Core Web Applications, Class Library.NET Standard, ASP.NET Web Applications, MS Test Project, Unit Test Project. Now what we are going to do here in this particular course is we are going to create a .NET Core Web Application which has Web APIs plus UI, which is based on a MVC, that is Model View Controller. So what we'll be doing is we'll be searching for MVC in this particular search. So I'll just type MVC, and the moment I type MVC, you'll be able to see this results coming up which are related to MVC. Now this is ASP.NET Core Web Application project templates for creating ASP.NET Core Web Apps and Web APIs for Windows, Linux or Mac. So we'll be selecting this particular option and clicking on next, and it's mentioning about configure your new project. So it's asking for a project name. So what I'll be writing over here is a web application name. So in this case, I'll be writing as Australia Energy Portal. There is a checkbox over here, place solution and project in the same directory. I'll be checking that and clicking on create. And you might have noticed it has taken a default location inside the desktop in the machine that you are working. So I'm selecting the default location in the desktop and proceeding. And Visual Studio is giving me a prompt: create a new ASP.NET web core web application. And it's giving me a couple of options whether I need to have empty project or API project, web application model view controller. So I need to have web application in my project as well as APIs, but I can put APIs later on as well. So what I'll be selecting is web application model view controller, and over here it is showing as authentication, no authentication. Now by default I am not selecting authentication. I'll be configuring that later on, but I'll be proceeding anyways without authentication, and later on I'll add authentication. Advanced configure for HTTPS. So I'll just keep this as checked. It's not that important right now, but we'll be able to touch base on what really it is in the future. I'll just click on create. And the moment I do that, Microsoft Visual Studio, what it's doing is it's creating the project in the background. So it will take little bit of time, maybe around 30 seconds or 40 seconds, and after that the project gets created in Microsoft Visual Studio. So once your project is created in Microsoft Visual Studio, you'll be able to see this particular project appearing like Australia Energy Portal. There is a solution which is created, and there is a project, and under the project there are default folders that have been created, folders and files, which is already present in your project. And there is a solution explorer in the right, which where the code is stored. There is a SQL Server Object Explorer in the left hand side. If you see that there is a SQL Server Object Explorer, there is Team Explorer as well in the right hand side. There is a Solution Explorer as well as a Team Explorer. If you click on that, you'll be able to see that there is a particular version control related sections which we will not be using yet. We will be using to run our project locally and then see whether it's working or not. And what I wanted to show my students in after this was there is a way that you can verify whether what web application by default has been created by Visual Studio. So what you can do is there are a couple of options. You can go to IIS Express. So if you hover on top of IIS Express, there is a play kind of button over here, and if you click on that, the build starts for this particular project, and the build is getting in progress. Down below you will be able to see an arrow button, and there is an output which shows as build started. So what it's doing is Microsoft Visual Studio is building the project in the background. So it's compiling the code, it's running the code, and verifying there are no errors as such. So Microsoft Visual Studio by default creates these folder structure, and it creates a web application. That's what I wanted to show before we proceed any further. And now it's showing as launching browser. The browser, Google Chrome browser, has got launched, and by default I've set up Google Chrome as my default browser. So in this case, if the error appears over here, which is related to SSL, so what the site is saying is this site can't provide a secure connection. Local host uses an unsupported protocol. Error underscore SSL version or cipher mismatch. Now, in case if this error occurs, what you need to do is close the browser, and you need to head on to the project as such, which is Australia Energy Portal. under the solution and just right click on the project and click on properties. And after clicking on properties, what you can do is you can head over to debug and scroll a little bit down, and you need to uncheck this enable SSL. So currently we don't want SSL for our testing purposes or just development purposes, and I'll just click on unchecking this enable SSL and just do Control S, which will save this project. And after that I'll head on to IIS Express again, and I'll just run this IIS Express again just to verify whether my browser and the web application really runs or not. So again Visual Studio is running in the background and it's opening up a browser, and it has opened up a web application which is a template. So I have not added any code as such, but the template that we have used from Visual Studio, it has opened up the browser. So this is how the web application is looking like right now based on the MVC template which we have added in our project. So you can see over here there is a controller, models and views. So by default ASP.NET is helping us to create this project structure with folders and files. I'll be going in details of what's controllers, what's models, what's a view in further videos, but I wanted to show you there is a way to create a default template by ASP.NET and it opens up a web application, something like this. It's not that it's just a boiler template and it does not contain anything as such. You can click on home, it will probably bring the user to the same page, or you can click on privacy. By default there is a privacy page that has been created with the template, but yeah, nothing much as such. So even if you click on building web apps with ASP.NET Core, it will lead you to ASP.NET documentation, which gives you some videos how to create your web API or a web UI as such, but nothing much. So it's just doing some redirection of the URLs from one URL to another, but it's not showing any data, it's not showing any particular buttons or login page as such, which we'll be covering in further videos. But I just wanted to show you the boiler template that ASP.NET creates on its own first. So let's proceed with other videos where I'll be going in details of what's a controller, what's a model, what's a view, so that you get an idea and we can work on the project to create some tables, some data specific, and use some entity framework as well. Alright, so in this video what we are going to do is we are going to look at model view controller, which is also called as MVC. Now MVC is an architectural pattern which was invented in probably 1970s around, and it has been used in different technologies altogether. Now here specifically what we will be looking at as is from ASP.NET perspective. What is ASP.NET MVC going to do? Now just to give an example, if user tries to interact with a application or a UI, what user does is user is able to see a view is which is a UI, that is a user interface. There might be buttons, there might be links, there might be text boxes, text fields that the user will be able to have a look at it and he'll be able to interact with it. When I say interaction, what I meant is he might be able to do some selections or he might be able to do some submissions from the UI, and from there when the user interaction happens it calls the controller. So controller is kind of a mediator. Controller is present in the code. It will send back the update to the view in case there is no change in the data. So if there is no change in the data as such, it will just display or it will update the view to some other view. It might happen, and based on that it will display the view to the user. So user will be able to see that the page has changed as such. In case if there is a change in the data, so if there is a change in the data, what really happens is it updates the model, or it updates the data, and the model, what it does is it updates the database based on this model. Now the model, if it changes the data based on the changes that might have been done by the user, it sends back the update or a notify to the controller which acts as a mediator. It sends the update back to the view. So this happens where if there has been change in the data. Simultaneously, what really happens is database is updated by the model. Now looking at the pictorial design, what really happens is view is something which is really present for the viewers to or users to interact as such, based on which the user interacts. Controller is kind of a mediator in between, and it redirects based on whether the data has really got updated and if the data has not got updated, it will send an update back to a view. So it will display some other page altogether based on what has been interacted by the user. Some a model is interacts with the database, so anything related to database that gets interacted by the model as such. So the flow that happens is from view to controller to model, and from model to controller to view. So the transaction can pass from one direction to another in this way. Now going back to our application, if I open up Visual Studio and I just go and click on IIS Express, and I'll just show the application that we were looking at earlier. Once the application and the browser has opened up, the user can click on home or he can click on privacy. Now privacy is something which is visible as a link to the user. So if the user clicks on this and you notice something has changed above in this browser. So earlier it was home, but it has changed to home to privacy. So the URL has changed and the user has landed on this privacy policy page, which is again another view. So there was a view earlier for the user which did not have anything in the end, so it was just a URL. He just clicked on privacy, and the moment he did that, the controller changed, and from the controller it looks like there is a home controller and there is a privacy view, and we will be checking that in our code as well. So if I minimize this browser, move to the view section, over here by the template it looks like we have got default folders created, which is a model, view and controllers. So if I go to views and if I go to index, there is a page that appears for the first page. Index is something which is the first page which appears on our web application. So this is the content that appears on the web page, which is welcome building web apps with ASP.NET Core. And if I go to shared folder, shared folder is something like a common pages across the web application. And if I click on underscore layout page, I'll be able to see over here that there is a link over here which is called as privacy. So what user did was he just clicked on this link, and when he clicked on this link, there is a home controller over here. Over home controller, there is a method called privacy, and from home controller it went to view. So from privacy method it called the view, and it will try to look at privacy view as such under view folders. If I click on that, this is the view which was displayed for the user, which is use this page to detail your site's privacy policy. So user was directed to this privacy page or a privacy view. So this is how it works. Earlier user was displayed with underscore layout. There was a link of privacy that was clicked. It went to controller. From view it went to controller. From controller it went to this method which is privacy, and it tried to display the view. From the controller it went into this view which is privacy, and it displayed to the user. So this is how interaction really works from view to controller. Now the database hasn't come into picture. There is a default folder which is for models as well, but that is almost empty. We will try to use models. When we talk about business models, we will be able to understand how to create a model and how to use that with the database structure as well. But just for giving a view of MVC as such, this is the pictorial diagram or the graphical representation, and this is from code perspective how it really works in the application as such. So hope you guys got an idea about MVC in this particular video. Alright, now apart from one way of running the application from IIS Express, there is another way as well. So what we'll be doing is we'll be clicking on tools and hovering on top of command line, and then clicking on developer command prompt. Once we click on developer command prompt, something like this as a command prompt will open up, which has a black screen. It will pick up the path from where the project was created. So the project was created at this particular path which is in the C drive. It might be depending on what you had selected while creating the project. Now in order to run the application, what you need to run the command is .net and then run. Press enter, and once you press enter, what you will be able to see is microsoft.hosting.lifetime and now listening on a particular URL. Now what you need to do is you need to select this URL, or you need to enter this URL in the browser. So what you can do is you can open up the browser, go to Google Chrome, and then type as localhost 5001 and press enter, and you can see that the application has opened up. So this is another way to run your application from the command prompt, and that helps to run your command prompt as such and open up your browser. Alright, now in this video what we'll be doing is we'll be looking at Entity Framework. Now Entity Framework is a feature provided by Microsoft. How it really works is, from web application perspective, there is a user interface and there is an app logic. So user interface talks to app logic, and app logic talks to entity framework or a conceptual model as such. And entity framework as such, what it really does is it tracks the changes related to data, it queries the database, it updates to DB, that is the database. Now it queries in the sense, what it does is when you try to select queries from the database, and it updates to database as well. So entity framework does all that. Now you can see that the user interface talks to app logic talks to entity framework as such, and app logic also talks to business objects. Now and business object also talks to entity framework. Now this is just a concept, this is just a theory, but we'll be looking from a practical angle as well, how to set up entity framework in your project and how to really use entity framework in your ASP.NET project. So let's do that. Let me head over to the project as such, which is already open. And over here, the project is under the solution. Now what I will do is I will right click on this project and I'll create a folder which is called as data. So I'll hover on top of add and I'll hover on top of new folder. And the moment I do that, and the moment I click on new folder, a new folder has been created. And I'll just name this as data. And I'll right click on this data folder and hover on top of add and create one more folder which is called as entity. In fact, I'll make it as entities and save that folder. Now I will right click on entities folder and hover on top of add again. And over here there is an option called as controller, but I don't want to create a controller yet. I'll click on new item. And the moment I do that, what really happens is there are a lot of options given to me. That is a C# class or interface or controller class. I'll select as class, which is C# class. And you can see over here there is a extension which is .cs, which indicates that it's a C# class. And I'll name this as a customer. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to create a customer entity C# file and click on add. And the moment I do that, you can see that a C# file with a customer class has been created already over here. Now what we want to do is we need to visualize what all fields will be required for a customer inside database. For that, what I'll do is I'll add some details of the customer and I'll create some properties which are actually the fields. I can just write prop and press tab twice, and you can see that the property has been created by default as my property. So I'll just name this as customer ID. In fact, customer underscore ID. I'll create some more fields. I'll push tab twice and it will create another property. Now over here I will select a string, customer first name, in fact I'll enter last name, and just like that what I'll do is I'll enter all the details of the customer. Okay, so what I've done in this particular C# file is I've created all the fields related to the customer. So you can see that the first field that I have created, or the property that I have created here, is an integer which is a customer ID, and then a string which is a first name. After that there is a string last name, and then there is a date time property which I have used for date of birth. So this is a date time data type which can be entered with time as well as date. The other fields are string, which is an email ID, string with a contact number. Now over here it could happen that the customer's contact number can be a plus, starting with plus. That's why I have entered it as string. Date of onboarding, which is again a date time data property, a data type, and a string, which is an address. So these are the properties that I am supposed to create in the database as different columns altogether, and the table will be called as customer. So this is the whole intention of this particular entity framework that we are going to design. Now the next step is we are going to install a couple of Nuget packages. For that, what we need to do is we need to go to solution, right click over solution, hover down below, which is manage Nuget packages for solution. Click on that. And this particular widget opens up. What we need to do is we need to go to browse, and over here a lot of Nuget packages will be visible for the user. Now over here what we will be doing is we will be searching by a word which is entity. So I'll just enter entity, entity framework, and we'll be able to see over here different entity Nuget packages, but we need couple of them which are very important. One is Microsoft Entity Core Framework Core. So I'll select that, and you can see there are 606 million downloads already happened over here. I'll just click on the project as a checkbox, which I'm not able to install from here. So after that, what I'll do is I'll just hover on top of projects and just right click on the project, go to manage Nuget packages, just click on manage Nuget packages, go to browse and search by word of entity, and after that I'll type entity design as well. And over here the first Nuget package I am able to see is Microsoft.entity framework core.design. I just click on that, and there is an option which I can install from here. I just click on install. The moment I do that, you can observe that in the output section or output widget, you can see that there are some get calls happening, and after that the installation has failed, and there is a reason for that as well. So you can see that the package restore failed, rolling back packages changes for this particular project. Now what really has happened over here is package Microsoft.entity core framework is of version 7.0.2, which is not compatible with .NET Core App 3.1. So the .NET version that I have in my machine is 3.1. So what I need to do is I need to downgrade the version and go for something which is in the range of 3.1. So I'll just scroll down below for the version and select something within the range of 3.1.0. So I selected over here, and I'll click install again, and the moment I do that, again the installation has started, as you can see in the output widget, and there is a pop-up which has come up, which is a preview changes. It is going to install some other dependency Nuget packages as well. You can just have a review, and it looks good. You can click on OK, and there is a license acceptance as well. You can click on I accept, and the installation has started in the output widget that you can just monitor. Right, so right after the installation has got completed, you can see there has a up arrow with a blue tick that has come over here, and if you move to installed section or the update section, you can just refresh and remove entity design over here from the text field if it's required, and you can see that in the install section you can see that Microsoft.entity framework core.design has got installed in your project. Now, apart from this Nuget package, you need to install another Nuget package, which is called as Entity Framework SQL. So you need to head back to Browse and you need to search with Entity Framework SQL. So I have got this particular section over here. I'll just click on that. And the first one which I'm able to see is Microsoft.Entity Framework Co. So I'll just select that. And similar to what I did in the previous installation of the Nuget package, I'll just click on drop down. I'll scroll down a little bit and select 3.1.0 and click on install. So the moment I do that, what really happens is in the output widget, it was showing that it is going for an installation. And after a successful installation, I'll be able to see something like this, which is a blue up arrow, which indicates that it has got installed. So I'll just clear the search and go to installed section. And over here, I can see that Microsoft Entity Framework Core as well as Microsoft.Entity Framework Core.Design had got installed in my machine or in my project altogether. Right. Now after this, what we need to do is go to the data folder that we had created previously. Right click, hover on top of add and click on new item. And this time as well, what I will do is I'll create a C# class file and I will name this class file as data energy context .c# file .cs. Let it remain like that and click on add. So as you can see, a data energy context C# file has got created and the class name as such is data energy context. So after the C# file has got created, which is data energy context, there are a couple of files which is program and startup. Both are C# file and these were default files which got created when we created a ASP.NET project. Now the program.cs is a file where there is a main method. Main method is where all the programs get called first. And apart from that, there is a startup file as well, as you can see, by default, which gets created as part of ASP.NET project. Now in both files, we need to create something. I'll go step by step on that as well. First go to startup file and I need to add a service over here. So in this startup file, there is a service that I need to add for a data context first. So for that, what I need to do is I need to scroll a little bit down and then I need to search for configure services. So under the configure services, I need to create a service. So I'll just type as services dot. There is a method that I am looking for, which is add db context, and in this I'll add a parameter as well, which is data energy context, and I will open up a configuration CFG. That's a configuration parameter, and I'll use CFG as use SQL Server with a configuration of get connection string and with a parameter of energy connection string. So there are a couple of errors over here which I can see with a red line coming in under the wording as such. This is how we'll be able to determine whether there is an error or not. Now what I can do is I can hover on top of this error and try to see what are the potential fixes. And the moment I click on that, you'll be able to see that it's trying to import something from Australian Energy Portal.data file as such. So I just click on that and the error is gone. After that, there is another error related to use SQL Server. And what the error is mentioning is DB context options builder does not contain a definition of use SQL Server and no accessible extension method use SQL Server accepting a first argument of type DB context options builder. Now how we can get rid of this error is we can head to Australian Energy Portal project as such, right click, go to manage Nuget packages, go to browse, search for SQL, and you will be able to see that there is a Microsoft.entity framework core.sql server. We'll just select that and select the version of 3.1.0. Click on install and we'll be able to install this particular Nuget package in this project. Click on OK after the preview and click on I accept for the license acceptance. After the installation has been completed, you can go for the build again. Go on top, click on build solution, build as started as per the output widget, and then go to startup file and then hover top of use SQL Server. Now you have got an option to show potential fixes right after the installation of SQL Server Entity Framework. Click on the show potential fixes, and this time around you are getting an option of use SQL Server using Microsoft Entity Framework Core. Now you need to select that, and the moment you select that, the error is gone, and the only error which is left is it's not able to identify what's a config, that is underscore config. There is no context related to that, and that's a valid error because we have not created a config file yet. After creating the config file, we'll be able to remove this particular error as well. Now let's do that. Let's head on to our project over here, Australian Energy Portal. Right click on that. Just scroll down your pointer in such a way that you head on to add. Just hover on top of add, click on new item, and this time around we will not be selecting a class or a C# class. What we'll be selecting is a config file. Now config file can be of different types altogether. It could be a YAML file, it could be a JSON file, it could be an XML file, but this time around we'll be selecting as JSON file. So what I will do is I'll just remove this particular default file name and enter over here as config.json. And after I have named like that, I'll click on add. Once that is done, you can see that config.json file has got created. Now what it has done is it has tried to take a default value, that is default template, which is incorrect. Now what I'll do is I'll remove this particular details over here and I'll just save it, and I'll create a JSON file here with JSON tags, that is curly brackets. I will add some key value pairs. I'll just enter as connection strings and then I'll put it as colon. So I've got a key, I'll enter a value over here And this becomes a little bit tricky now. What we need to do is we need to search for a database location in our machine. So this is where our SQL Server portion will come into picture. So what I will do is I'll just take this line over here, move it little bit towards right, and there are three servers available in my machine currently. There is a local DB, MySQL local DB. There is a local DB projects v13, but depends on what is there in your machine. So if you are not able to see SQL Server, this particular widget in your project or ID integrated development environment, what you can do is you can click on view, and from there you can select as SQL Server Object Explorer. Now the moment you click that, you'll be able to see SQL Server Object Explorer somewhere on your screen. Now by default for me, it is appearing on the left of the screen, and I need to select one of the servers. So in this case, what I'll do is I'll select as local DB, MySQL local DB, and enter that value over here with server equal to local DB, and then backslash MS SQL local DB. This is my server name, and after that I'll enter semicolon with database equal to OS energy portal DB, and then semicolon trusted connection equal to true semicolon multiple active result sets equal to true, and that defines my config file as such. And what I noticed is connection strings is a value, but for this I need to define this as a parameter. So I need to create a curly bracket, and then I need to create a key which is energy mission strings, or in fact connection string, and then a colon, so that the value is server database trusted connection as well as multiple active result assets. So our config file has been created. I'll just save this file now, and after that I'll head on to startup.cs file, and over here I'll tweak the configuration little bit. That is there is a constructor already which is public startup configuration, and the value configuration has been given. I'll scroll a little bit, and change underscore config to configuration. That is capital C, and my error is gone this time, whereas the error has come up which shows some other kind of error, that is the type cannot be used as a parameter, t context in generic type of a method. There is no implicit reference conversion from Australian energy portal.data energy context to a framework entity framework core.db context. For this, what it's giving an idea is there is a mismatch between data energy context as well as db context. Now how do we resolve that is we need to head back to energy. So there is a mismatch in the implicit reference conversion of data energy context to a db context. This particular error is a reason for the Nuget package, which we will try to resolve in the next video. Alright, now in this video what we'll be doing is we'll be looking at the entity framework, code first approach. I'll try to explain code first as well as database first. Code first mechanism of entity framework is that if we create domain classes, that is we create code, then by using entity framework we can create new tables based on the domain classes that we create in our code. Exactly opposite of code first is the database first. In case of database first, we will have existing tables, that is database, and we can use entity framework to convert these existing tables into context and entity classes in our code. Now generally my students ask me which is better, code first or database first. It is generally considered that code first approach is better because code first approach contains the migration tool by which what we can do is we can retain the data while updating the database schema. I'll explain that in the next slide. Code first, as we know, if we have domain classes, we can use entity framework and we can create new tables in database. Now, Entity Framework 4.3 had introduced a migration tool that automatically updates the database schema when your model changes without losing any existing data or other database objects. Now, you must be wondering why this is important. I'll try to explain that in the next slide. Now, imagine in our case that when we create the tables for the first time using code first approach, right? We have created some classes initially and we use these classes via entity framework and we end up creating some tables. Just imagine that we have a customer table where there are a couple of columns which is customer name as well as date of birth, and there is a data populated as well. Now for example, I have created only one data, but there could be thousands, there could be lakhs of data. And suddenly there is a design change in the database schema. There is a schema change in such a way that we have to introduce one more column which is date of onboarding. Now just imagine that the date of onboarding column is getting added to this particular table, but this table already contains lot of data. Now what will happen in this case is we need to retain the data. So if there are 5000 customer data already present, and then the date of onboarding column is getting added as part of change of design, we still want to retain those 5000 customer data. We don't want to lose that data. That's how the migration tool helps us. Any change, that is deletion of a column or change of a column or addition of a column, that will be handled by migrations tool itself via entity framework. That's a very important and a very powerful tool where it will still automatically update the schema and still don't lose the data. Now there are a couple of classes which I want to really introduce before we proceed to the next video. One is a DB context. So DB context is a class which is responsible for interaction with database and also manages the entity objects during runtime, which includes populating objects with data from database, change tracking, persisting data to the database. So DB context takes care of this, that it tracks the change whatever changes has happened really with the data, and it tries to persist the data with the database. There is another class which is called a DB set. Now this class represents an entity set that is used for the CRUD operations. CRUD is simply create, read, update and delete. So any kind of this operations happen, DB set is responsible for that, and we need to specifically call that out in our data repository class. I'll explain that in upcoming videos. So hopefully you get an idea about what's a code first approach for entity framework. Now in majority of our videos, I'll be approaching with code first approach of entity framework because it has far better advantages over the database first approach. Alright, we will pick up from where we left in the last video. So what we really did in the last video was we added a couple of Nuget packages which are related to entity framework, and then we created a config file. We added the details of a data server and a database name as well, and the table name that we wanted to really create in the database. And apart from that, we created a service under the startup file. So I went into startup.cs file over here, and then I created this service which is service.addDBContext. There is an argument of data energy context over here as well, which it is supposed to be. But after that we got an error. How we got an error is if I hover on top of this error, I am able to see a particular statement coming here, which is the type cannot be converted as type parameter t context in generic type or method. So this is the error. Now generally what happens is any of the developers who find an error, if they are not able to determine, the best thing to do is go and search it in internet, do a Google, do a research why this error is really coming, and it might help as well. So let's do that. Let's go to Google and just type over here the error as such. So the error was the type cannot be used as a parameter context, cannot be used as a type parameter. So this is the error that we were facing. The type cannot be used as a parameter type, parameter t context in generic. So let me just verify that. So this is the error. I'll just click on Stack Overflow and probably I'll be able to get an answer to this as well. I'll just scroll down below. And one of the statement given is just make your context inherited from DB context class like the following code and you are good to go. So what I'll do here is try to understand what is a DB context. So I'll just type over here what is a DB context. A DB context instance represents a combination of the unit of work and repository patterns, such as it can be used to query from the database and group together changes that will then be written back to the store as a unit. So it makes sense. What I'll do here is there is a add DB context that I had created, and I'll go to data folder and data energy context file, and I'll make a statement of inheriting from DB context. So I'm inheriting data energy context from DB context, and the moment I do that, you can see that the error is gone. There is no error on this file. I'll head on to startup.cs as well, and the error is gone from here. So we were able to successfully create a DB context which we wanted, and we are inheriting it from the data context. So we have created now the data energy context, Now the whole intention of doing this exercise, that is to download and install a couple of Nuget packages of entity framework and create this DB context as well, was to create the tables and the columns related to the data that we wanted, the entity that we wanted. So if I go to data and entities, there is a customer table that we want to get created in one of the tables. So I'll just open up this particular section of SQL Server and I will open up the database folder over here. There are some tables which I had already created previously. In your case, it won't be visible for you, but I'll go back to the config page. So I'll head on to Solution Explorer. I'll go to config page over here, and the config page contains the connection string. So how do we really connect the project to the database is through the connection string, and we have determined a server name. So we have mentioned about a server which is a local DB, then an MSSQL local DB. So there is an MSSQL local DB as well. So I'll just hover on top of this. So there is a server over there in our local machine, and the database. Database is the table that we want to get it created. Now there is no table as such which is we have defined over here, which is OS Energy Portal DB. So this time we will be creating the table, a new table as such, which will be called as OS Energy Portal DB. Now it has not got created yet. We will run some commands. We will run some entity framework commands which will create the table over here. I'll go through that steps as well so that the table gets created and we'll be able to see the column names on that table. So for that, what we need to do is we need to head back to tools. So there is a section over here in top section of the ID which is tools. I'll just click on that. I'll go to command line. I'll hover on top of command line and I'll click on developer command prompt, and I will wait for the command to appear over there, the local path of the project. So once the path has come and the cursor has come here, what we can really type over here is a command which is related to .NET EF migrations add initial underscore DB. Now it really doesn't matter what you enter after add, but this is a command that is .NET EF, that is entity framework migrations add and then the initial DB. So now I am writing initial underscore DB here. It could be anything, this particular portion, but yeah, you need to add this command for sure. This is how the project would understand that we have to run EF migrations. So I'll just enter on my keyboard and wait for the command to run. Build has started. Build has succeeded as well. And an error has occurred. So what has really happened is an error occurred while accessing the Microsoft.extension hosting service and continuing without the application service provider. Add DB context was called with configuration, but the context type data energy context only declares a parameter constructor. This means that the configuration passed to add DB context will never be used. So for this, what we need to do is we need to minimize this and go to data energy context. Now there is a class which we had created. Now we have not created any constructor. So what we will do is enter the constructor over here. That is public data energy context. DB context, options, data energy context, and then options as well, base options, and curly bracket open and close. So we have created the constructor over here. What I'll do is I'll build this. I'll go to the build. I'll click on build solution, and in this output folder or output section, I'll wait for the build to get successfully completed. So build has got succeeded this time, and I'll go back to the command prompt. I'll open up the same command prompt which I had opened last time, and because the last command was not successful, what I'll do is do an up arrow on my keyboard, and the moment I do that, you can see the command has appeared over here, and I'll just press enter on my keyboard so that the command runs again. And this time around, the error that we were getting earlier, that has not come, and this time around some other error has come, that is system argument null exception. So value cannot be null. Parameter connection string. Alright, so it's looking for a value which is a connection string. So I'll just scroll down a little bit, and I'll just look at this particular error which is connection string. And while doing the connection string, it is looking for that value and it's coming as null. So let's minimize this. But over here, this connection string looks good. There is another connection string which it's trying to pick up, and that's coming as null. So for that, what I need to do, now let's try to look at the configuration connection strings. So for that, what I need to do is I need to head to startup file, and where I had created the service. So I'll just scroll and have a look at the connection string that I had entered over here. So configuration dot get connection string. So over here I had entered as energy connection string. Now this is the config file. Now let me scroll a little bit up and have a look at the configuration. Now this configuration was coming from config.json file. So let me have a look over here. So it looks like there is a mismatch in the name. It is energy missions connection string over here, and if I look at the startup file, the wording was energy connection string. So what I'll do over here is add one more word which is energy mission connection string so that the value is correct. Let me save this and let me rerun in this command prompt. So again, what I'll do is I'll do an up command and then enter. The build has started, and again then error has come which is value cannot be null, parameter connection string. And there could be one more reason due to which this error might be coming, because what happens is in .NET there is by default a config file which gets generated which is called as app settings. So if I go towards solution explorer, so if I go towards right of my screen, and there is a solution explorer over here, if I scroll a little bit down, there is an app settings.json file. So I'll just click on that, and you can see that there is a by default some JSON files that get created. So what we will do is we'll just copy from this config file the connection strings. From here we'll just copy it and we'll go to app settings.json and we'll just paste that over here. So I'll just paste it over here, and connection strings which with energy mission connection string has come over here. I'll just save this and then I'll go back to the command prompt and rerun the command, which is .NET ef migrations add initial underscore db. So I'll just press enter on my keyboard and wait for the build to start. Build has succeeded and we have got a successful response, which is called as done. So what really has happened is .NET EF migrations has got run and build started, build succeeded, and it has got completed. Now this is a good message that we wanted, and please note that you would require an administrator on the local machine that you have to run this migrations. So make sure that you have administrator. Now by default it came to me as an administrator in my machine because I have administrator rights on this particular machine. But if you are not able to see this administrator over here, that is Windows PowerShell, what you can do is you can go to your start command and you can just go towards command prompt over here on your menu. Just right click, and when you right click you will be able to get a option over here, run as administrator. Now make sure when you run the command prompt that it's run by administrator. If it's not run by administrator, I think you will not be able to run this particular command, which is .NET EF migrations. Alright, so post this was successful, what we need to do is we need to head to our solution explorer and make a note of a thing. That is, if you note, there is a migrations folder created. So this migrations folder was not there earlier. If you would have noticed, this has come now. Alright, now just proceeding with where we left from the previous video. Now we had run successfully a migrations command, which was .NET EF migrations add initial DB. That was successful as well. And post that, what we noticed is there is a migration folder that got created after the command was successful of EF migration. I'll just expand this migrations folder. There are a couple of C# files which got automatically created. I'll just click on the first C# file and we'll be able to see that there are a couple of methods over here, which is up and down. Both the methods are empty over here. There is nothing to be seen. And there is a data energy context model snapshot. Just click on that and you will be able to see that there is a method which is build model and it contains certain details, but it did not contain the details related to the table as such. Now as a process, what we'll be doing is we'll be creating a method which is on model creating. So let's create that now. Let's make this method as protected void. Let's make it as override void. On model creating with the arguments of model builder. And let's open up this method base dot on model creating model builder model builder dot entity customer. So here what we are doing is we are trying to use the entity customer from this entity folders, and we are trying to create a model and create the table as well. Let's open and close the bracket, and dot has key. So there is a method for entity for model builder which is dot has key, and we'll call a lambda expression here. U dot customer ID. So we'll make customer ID as the primary key for customer, and there is a semicolon. So we have created this particular method which is on model creating. We'll save this file which is data energy context. Now we will head to a file over here which is program.cs. I'll just open up program.cs, and there are a couple of methods over here which got automatically created when we had created this project. One is a main method. Now main method is the method, it's an entry point of the program. It's the entry point for the project itself. So the code will start from here, which is a main function. And there is a create host builder method as well here. Now we have to create one more method which we'll be creating now. Private static void setup configuration web host builder context CTX. So there are a couple of arguments here for setup configuration. There is a web host builder which we have created an object which is CTX, and another argument is I configuration builder, and we'll create an object which is builder, and we will open up the method here, and first we will enter builder dot sources dot clear, open and close bracket, and then we will write builder dot add JSON file, and here the argument will be in double quotes config dot JSON, second argument as false, and third argument as true. And we'll add one more method which is add dot add environment variables without any argument and semicolon. Alright, so we have created couple of methods. One method was in data energy context, which is on model creating model builder as an argument, and another is setup configuration with couple of arguments, which is web host builder context and I configuration builder. So let's save this file in the program. After that we'll build this project. So what we'll do is we'll go to build in the top section and we'll build the solution. Just verify whether the build is successful. So once the build is successful, that the message that we got, what we can do is we can go to the command prompt and we can run the command again, that is for EF migrations. So the command that we have to type over here is .NET EF, that is entity framework migrations add, and this time we will put some other convention. So here I'll just add as customer underscore entity, So earlier we had written as initial underscore db, but now we have changed the now we have used the same command, that is .NET EF migrations add, but we are trying to create a new C# class file. Hence we are supposed to name this, and this time what I have named is customer underscore entity. Now I'll just press enter on the keyboard. The build will start here, and build has got succeeded as well. Alright, so after the build has got succeeded, you might have noticed that one more C# file has got created. Now this is named as underscore customer underscore entity. The reason, because we had selected customer underscore entity over here, that's the reason it got created in such a name. Now let's click on this particular C# file. So once we have clicked on this C# file, you can see that there is details that has got created. So over here in the up method, we can see the details of customer, that is customer table, and different column names, right? Table.column, which is SQL Server identity, first name, customer ID, first name, last name, date of birth, email ID, contact number, date of onboarding, address as well. And over here you can see that there is a primary key which is a customer ID. Now these are the details which is present in this C# file, which gives an idea that when we run the command, this has got created as part of the migrations. Now there is one more command which we have to run. I'll just go to the SQL, but before that I'll go to the SQL Server which is appearing on my left area of the screen, and I have explained this earlier as well. If it's not visible, that is a SQL Server, what you can do is you can head on to view over there and click on the view, and you can find out a SQL Server Object Explorer. You need to click on that, and the moment you click on that, this particular left widget will get opened up. Now just expand as local DB MS SQL local DB, and there is a database over here, databases. Just expand that, and these databases I had previously created, hence it's appearing for me. In your case, if you are running it for the first time, there won't be any databases present over here. And what I can do is I can go to config.json file. Over here, we had given a database name which is OS Energy Portal DB. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to create one more database which is OS Energy Portal DB, named as OS Energy Portal DB, and it should contain a table. So the database should be created and it should contain a table which is called as customer. So the table name should be customer. For this, what we need to do is we have to run a command, and I'll head on to my command prompt or the Windows PowerShell. I'll have to run a command which is .NET EF, that is Entity Framework, database update, and I'll just press enter on my keyboard. I'll just wait for the build to start again. Build has started and build has got succeeded, and we have got the success command as a success result as well, which is done. So it looks like migration was successful and the database update was also successful. So I'll just minimize this Windows PowerShell, and then I'll go to SQL Server Object Explorer. I will just refresh this. I'll just open up the local DB again and the databases. And what we can see over here is a new database which got created, which is Oz Energy Portal DB. I'll just open up this database, and there are different folders that was already present, which is tables, and I'll click on table folder, and I can see that a new table has got created, which is a dbo.customer. I'll just double click on that, and the moment I double click on that, I can see the database table, that the database structure over here, and there is a customer underscore ID, which is a primary key. It's an indicative primary key over here, and the data type is also present. So this is an int, which is a customer ID. The first name was supposed to be a string, and that's the reason the data type is appearing as nvarchar, which is max. Last name, which is nvarchar as well. Date of birth, which is a date time. Email ID, which is an nvarchar. Contact number is nvarchar as well, which is a string. Date of onboarding, which is a date time. Address, which is a string. So what the command has really done, couple of commands have really done, is it has created the table, it has created the database as well. Now we have got the table created. Now what we will be doing in the next videos is we'll populate the table, we'll run some SQL commands, and then populate the table so that the table appears with some of the data, and after that we'll use that data to display in our web portal. Alright, now we have created the database as well as the table. Now we can see the table as customer. Now what we will try to do in this video is we will try to insert some data into the database and then try to retrieve it into our application. Let's see how we can go into that. So I am already in the SQL Server, and I have opened up the database, which is Oz Energy Portal DB, and there is a table called as customer. Now in case I want to check the table as such whether it has some data or not, what I can do is I can just right click on this table, which is a customer. I can just right click my mouse, and I can see a section over here which is view data. So this is a menu over here which is view data. I'll just click on that, and this is what opens up. So there is no data as such. As we can see over here, there is no row present. The row which is present is also null. Now I want to insert some data. For that, what I'll be doing is I'll just click on this particular area which is called a script. So I'll just click on that, and this small widget opens up. Now I'll try to enter an insert command here. So what I'll type is insert into, and here what I can type is just a bracket, and moment I do that, you can see there is Oz Energy Portal DB as an intelligence that it's being given to me, but I am already in Oz Energy Portal DB. So what I'll do is I'll just type as DBO and then close this bracket and then enter dot. And the moment I do that, what intelligence has happened in .NET is that it's given me a couple of tables, which is underscore EF migrations history and customer. So what I want to do is I want to select customer. So I'll select customer, and then I'll type as values, and then I will open up a round bracket, and I'll just check the column names again. I'll go to dbo.customer-design, and I'll be able to open up which shows the column names. Over here, the thing is customer underscore ID is a primary key, and there is one more thing on the customer ID. If you scroll down little below, you'll be able to see that there is a create table and their customer ID is also an identity. So it gives an identity. So there is a concept of identity which defines the customer ID as a column name. So what we'll be doing is we will not enter customer ID. We will directly enter from first name. So I'll move on to customer.data and I'll enter the first name in single quotes because it's a string. So I'll just add a first name which is Adam, and then I'll enter a last name as West, and I'll just take the third column which is date of birth, right? So here I'll open up single quotes and enter 12th of March 1990, and then I will enter an email address, adam.west@gmail.com, and I'll enter a contact address, and then I'll enter the date of onboarding, which is 12th of February 2023, and then I'll enter the address, which is a dummy address as of now, which is 7 Canary Lane, Sandal Park, Wick 3077, which is a postcode as well. So I'll close this bracket which and then put a semicolon, and I'll just hover over here in the left top corner, which is there is an execute button. I'll just click on that, and I got a message over here which is 1 rows affected. So I'll just go to data and refresh this one, and you can see that one data has been entered here into this table, and as you can see, customer underscore ID, we were not required to enter it because it's an identity, and automatically .NET has picked up and considered this as an identity for the customer ID, and it has created as well. Now what I will do is I will insert some more data and try to fill up this table. So I'll just enter some 5 data, for which I'll just forward this video. What you need to do is you can go to customer underscore data section, and you can just copy this and modify the first name, last name, and try to do inserts. That is, just click on execute, and by that time, by 5 times when you do it, you'll be able to see more data in your database. So I'll not show that part. I'll just forward the video, and once I have inserted the data, then I'll resume the video again. Alright, now once you have created all the data, what you can do is you can go into data, table as such, which is customer table, and then you can refresh and verify whether your 5 data have really come there or not. Now just one observation is while I was trying to insert the data, I was trying to enter it in the format of DDMMYYY, and I was not able to. I was getting an error, and I changed it to format of MM slash that is / DD / and YYY. So in that format it got inserted. So it might happen that the format of date is little different, and if that is the case, then you can change the format and just verify it in that case. All right, so our data table has been populated. All the customer details have been entered here, and you can just verify it over here as well in the data. Now the next step is to populate the data using DB sets. So what we will be doing is we will create some DB sets in the context C# file. So if you remember, we had created a data energy context C# file, and if I double click on that, I'll be able to see that we have not created the DB sets yet. So this time we will create the DB sets and keep it ready so that we understand that we have to pull that data into a view, and from view the user can really view it on their application. So let's do that now. Let's create the DB sets. For that, what we need to do is we need to type it as public DB set, and then we have to open and close bracket, which is we have to enter as customer. And the moment I write that, there is an IntelliSense which .NET is giving me. So I'll just enter customer and then enter as customers. So I'll just select that which is being given me as part of IntelliSense. And there is a get set method. So I'll just enter get and set. And my DB set has been created. So this is created, and if I hover on top of that, you can just view the details of what the DB set really does. It's part of entity framework core, and it can be used to query and save instances of T entity, which is a link queries. Now we can use link queries to perform this queries from the database and put it in the DB set as such. Now in the next video, what we'll be doing is we'll create a data repository class as well, so that that data repository class will be responsible for separating the logic of retrieving data and mapping it to the entity model from the business logic that acts on the model. So let's do that in the next video. All right. Now in this video, what we'll be doing is we'll create a data repository class, and what we'll be doing for that is we'll head on to the data folder. So from the data folder, we will just right click and hover on top of add, and then we'll be selecting as new item. And by default, there is a class that is getting created. So I'll name this class as data repository. And I'll just click on add. And data repository class is created by default. Now what I'll do is I'll make this as a repository class. Now what is the importance of a repository class is it encapsulates the logic required to access data resources and then convert it into a business logic mapping that acts on the model. Right, for that what we need to do is we need to inherit from a class called iDataRepository, for which we need to create an interface as well. Alright, now in this video what we'll be doing is we'll be creating the view, or we'll be using one of the view which was already present. So I'll just go to this view folder as such, and I'll just decollapse this, and I'll go to home page, home folder as such, and I'll just open up index.ch HTML. So I'll just click on that. And if you remember, this was the first page that was appearing on our application. And how to just check that is I'll go to IIS Express and I'll just click on this. Which will give open up a widget which shows as launching debug adapter. and then our application will open up. The browser will open up, and the application will open up, which shows us welcome, learn about building web apps with ASP.NET Core. So if I move this browser a little bit side, and I'll just close this SQL Server Object Explorer so that this widget comes the full size, and I'll open up the browser little bit this side. So you'll be able to see that is the same content that is appearing on this browser as such. So which is welcome, learn about building web apps with a ASP.NET Core, and this is a link. This is a reference to the link as such. So this is what is a browser. Now what we'll be doing is, because we have the data in our database and we have created a data repository as well, we'll try to retrieve that data and display here on this screen. So for that, what we have to do is we have to add certain details in index.ch HTML so that the data gets appeared. Now, as and when our application will become little bit enhanced, based on that, we will be creating a buttons over here, and the moment you click on button, it controller will really drive to which view it has to go, but we will keep it simple as of now. We will just display the data and appear it in this page. So I'll just close this, and what I'll do is I'll modify index.ch HTML so that the data gets displayed over here. So for that, what I need to do is I need to create a table, and I'll just add a tag over here, which is an HTML tag as well, which is a table, and I will just close this tag so that the table gets created. And after that, what I'll do is I'll create a header tag, that is THEAD, and I'll close this one. And over here, what I can do is I can add a class over here, which is a dark theme. So thead hyphen dark, and then I'll add some rows. That is a first row. I'll just add that as of now, and then I'll add headers, which is customer first name, and similarly like this, I'll just add others headers as well. So I'll just copy these ones, and make this as last name, rename this as date of birth, email ID, contact, date of onboarding, and address. And below this, I'll add as body, and with body, what we really want to do is we want to make it as a tr, that is row, And inside body, what we'll be doing is we'll be marking this as for each, that is at the rate for each, because it has to be an iterative, and then var p dot p in model. And what we are really doing is we are creating var in model, and here we'll open up curly bracket, and then open up our td tags, which is column tags. And over here I'll just mention as at the rate p dot. If you notice, nothing related to customer is appearing, for which what we have to do is we have to define the model. Now we have to define the model before the HTML code really starts. So we will go on top of the page, and then we will mention here as at the rate model, and I'll just type as innumerable, that is customers, which is also not getting accepted here. Then we have to trace it back to in views itself. We have to go to underscore view imports. We have to double click it, and over here we have to add entities as well as models. So what I'll do is at the rate using Australia Energy Portal, which is our project name, dot data dot entities, and using Australia Energy Portal controllers as well. And let's save this, go back to index, and you can see that the error is gone. So what we are doing here is we are importing entities as well as models into views. So I'll just save this, and then I'll go down below, which is at the rate p dot, and I'll still look for the column names, and you will be able to see that there are column names appearing over here now. So I'll just select as first name, which is in synchronous with customer first name, and then I'll add some more tags of d at the rate p dot last name, and rest of the details as well. So first name, last name, p dot date of birth. This one is p dot email ID, p dot contact number, p dot date of onboarding, and p dot address. Alright, I'll just save this, and p dot address. So I'll just save this, do a build. So I'll go to build, I'll click on build solution, Build started, and build has succeeded now. So again, I will run this application. I'll just click on IIS Express and wait for the web application to open up. And the web application has opened up this time. So let the browser get loaded, and we get an error. So the error that we are getting here is system.null reference exception. So object reference not set to an instance of an object. So let's debug what is this error about. So I'll just scroll down a little bit. And what is happening is it's trying to reference an object, but that reference an object is returning null, and especially model. Now model.get is returned as null. Alright, so we'll pick up from where we left in the last video, and we had got an error which is model.get return null. Now there is a specific reason why we got this error, and I'll explain this in this video. So what really happened over here? Model.get return null. So model is a variable. It's kind of a value which is turning out to be null, and it is not having a data as such, or it does not have a value as such. Now why this has happened? So we will go to the lecture where I had explained regarding model view controller. Let's go back to that. Now in model view controller, we will have to take the example of the model as such, view, that is index. Now in our case, the view that we have is an index file, and there is a home controller. So let's go back to our Visual Studio, and let me stop this application as of now, because anyways it's giving an error. So once stopped, what I can do is I will go to the views, and under home folder as such there is an index. So this is our view, and if I go to controllers, there is a home controller. Now I'll double click on this, and this home controller file will open up. Now this is our controller file, and this is our view file, which is index.chtml, that is C# HTML file. Now if we look at the concept of model view controller, let's try to revise it. What really happens is controller is supposed to return back something to the view. So controller has got some data, and from data it has to return back something to the view. Now if it is not returned back to the view, what really happens is that view will not be able to get the data on UI, and that's what exactly is happening in our case. So let's go back and let's look at the home controller. I'll just scroll down little bit, and there is a function over here which is index function, and index is where it's sending the data, or it's really showing the view to index view as such. So it's showing the view. Now in our case, what home control is supposed to do is return back the data to this view. Now let's do that. Now what we will be doing here is we will be entering a variable which is a var, and we will make it as a results. Now this results needs to be populated with a value. For that, what we need to do, in the constructor of home controller. Now home controller, there is a constructor already, and which is having the same name as the class. It already contains the ilogger, an argument already. What we'll be doing is we'll add one more argument here, which is data repository, and we will name this as object of data repository, and we will add data energy context as well in this case. and we will enter this as a data energy, or I'll just add it as a context, which is CTX. Now over here what I need to do is I need to pass the data repository which I had already created. So if you notice that there is couple of variables that I have added, that is iData repository underscore data repository, and I had created one more variable which is private read only data energy context underscore db. Now I have to populate these variables. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to populate as underscore data repository now equal to this data repository. So I'll enter as data repository semicolon and then go to the next next line, and then over here I'll add as CTX and equal to, or it should be underscore db equal to data energy or CTX as such. I'll close it with a semicolon. And what I'll be doing here, because now my data repository is populated with an value var, that is variable results equal to, what I'll do is I'll populate the data repository and I'll call the get all customers. So the moment I enter dot over here, I can see get all customers as a method, and I'll just populate this one and then close this bracket and a semicolon as well. Now because the result will get populated with the data which is coming from get all customers, what I'll do here is I'll pass this argument under a view. So inside the view, so I'll just put results as an argument to the view. Alright, so I am passing the value of results into this view. I'll just save this, and because there is no issue found, what I'll do is I'll rerun this one, that is IIS Express, and see what my application looks like. So let it build, and once the build is succeeded, we'll see the application, and the application has opened up. And there is another error now coming. And if we look at the error, what the error is really talking about is Microsoft extension dot dependency injection. So there is a dependency injection required. Now if we really try to understand what is a dependency injection, if we go to Google and just type as dependency injection, ASP.NET, you'll be able to understand that ASP.NET Core supports the dependency injection software design pattern, which is a technique for achieving inversion of control between classes and their dependencies. Now, not going into depth of it, how we can really handle is we are trying to link the iData repository and data repository. So how do we do that is, if we go into Visual Studio back, I'll stop this application again. And I'll scroll down a little bit and go to startup file, and over startup file there are services that we had created. So there was a add DB context service, there was a add controller with views service, and there's a add MVC service as well. So just below the add DB context we will enter services, and we will add a scope. So services dot, I'll just search for scope, And over here I'll create a scope of data repository and iData repository, and I'll just open and close the bracket with a semicolon. And once that is done, what we'll be doing is we'll be building the project again, or the solution. We'll wait for the project to get successfully built, and after that we'll start the IIS Express again and see whether the error has changed as such or not. So the browser has opened up, and there is an error that we have encountered now. It's an error related to invalid object name. Now let's have a look at this error specifically. What is happening is there is an invalid object name related to the context that we have entered over here. So if I just scroll down and look at this error, so there is a entity.customer that we have created, that is context of a customer that we had created. But what we will be doing is we'll stop this application and we will convert this into customer CTX, that is context. We'll remove the S, and the moment that we do that, you can see that there is an error which is coming. So we'll go to the data energy context file and convert this from customers to customer, because even our table is named as customer. We have created our entity as customer. So once we have done that, we will just save this file and run IIS Express again, so that it will build, it will start the build, it will complete the build, and it will open up the browser. Browser has opened up. And the browser is showing our data. So if we closely look, I'll just maximize the browser this time. If we closely look, we are able to get a header, that is customer, first name, customer last name, date of birth, email ID, contact, date of onboarding, address, and even the data that we had populated in our database, that is appearing on the screen, on the view. But what's really happening is we are missing the table itself. The data is getting populated, but we are missing the table. For that, what we will be doing is we will close the browser as such, and we will head on to the view, that is we were looking at the index view, and over here there is a table tag that we had created. Now over here we will add a class equal to, and there is a bootstrap related pick list coming up. So what I'll do is I'll add a table and just save this file, and I'll again run the IIS Express this time and wait for the build to get completed and the browser to get opened. And this time around you can see that our header is created, which is a well structured. Now still our table rows and columns are not looking good, so we'll just close this and we will change. We will add two more values to the class, which is table striped and table bordered, so that there is a border added to the table. So let's run this one more time under IIS Express, and this time the table header is bordered, and we want to change the value. We want to border the values under header as well. So I'll just close the browser and we will add the body inside the table. So I'll just cut from the T body tag and I'll enter it under table as such, so that the values of these class, which is striped and border, it appears on the body as well. Till now it was appearing only in the header, which is T head, but because we added the T body under table as such, hopefully we will be able to see it as a bordered table with a body as well. Right, now the browser has opened and we are able to see the data that we had entered in a proper structured manner. If we able to see that the customer name, customer first name, customer last name, date of birth, email ID, contact number, date of onboarding, address, all the details are appearing in a very good table structure. And if you notice, there is a gray and then there is a white and then there is a gray, then there is a white and there is a gray as well. This is a proper striped table which is in row format. That's the reason it's opening in this table. So we are able to view the table as such. So at least one aspect of CRUD operation, that is create, read, update and delete, we are able to perform read into the view, which is a proper display of the table of the data on the view from the database. So this is the end of section related to view. We will enhance it more as we proceed in our future videos. Alright, now in this particular chapter what we'll be looking at is ASP.NET Web API. Now this is an important chapter to start with. It's kind of an introduction of what's a web API. Now majority of my students are already aware about what's an web API, but this is just an introductory chapter which gives you an idea what really is an web API. Now until now, what we have been looking at our previous chapters or previous videos was that what we have built until now is a user is able to look at a view which happens to be the application and a page, and web view talks to web controller, and from web controller what really happens is it extracts the data from Microsoft SQL Server and then sends it back to the web view. And what user is able to see is a page where the table is visible on the screen, and they are able to look at the view and the page. So why is web API required? Now web API is a concept where the web API as such can extract the data from Microsoft SQL Server as well, and it can send the data to different third-party apps or third-party applications. It could be React, a JavaScript application, it could be Angular application, it could be an Android phone or a mobile app, or it could be iPhone mobile app, or it could be any third-party application. You name it, it can be a third-party application. It could be Facebook, it could be Google, it could be LinkedIn, it could be Yahoo, it could be Instagram. So any app can actually talk to our database or talk to our application through a web API. So it has become very important when you are actually building an application that you build a web API as well, which you can expose the data with to the third party or some other application which wants to integrate with you. And just to give an idea, API itself stands for application programming interface. So it's kind of an interface or an integration which is exposed to the third party applications or outside world as such. It could be a public API, it could be a private API. Of course, private API is the one which is more secure. It could be public API as well to easily expose it to the public. But generally, when you are building an application, if your application has to be very secure, the idea is to build a private API which itself has its own authentications and authorization as such. But over here, what we'll be looking at, particularly for simplicity and better understanding as an introduction, is a simple API which can expose the data to the third party applications. Now, to give an idea how the API generally works, is APIs, there are different verbs as such. So when I say verbs, it's a terminology related to API. It could be a get. Get similarly works to how you get the data from the application. Post is something similar, like you are trying to insert the data into the application via web API. Put or patch is kind of an update, and delete, of course, is to remove the data from the application via the web APIs. So these are the verbs that are present or can be actioned via web API. And this picture shows an idea about how the model view controller, or how the web API really works. So what generally happens is the third party applications try to access the web API via a JSON file, data transfer. So the data which will be transferred will be in the JSON format, key value pair mechanism, which will be going in depth in the upcoming videos, and it will hit the web API, and from web API it accesses the API controller, and from API controller it accesses the data. Once the data is accessed, it goes via API controller and back to web API, and then it gets transmitted back to the third party applications as such. So we'll be going into depth of this, don't worry right now, but my idea was to give this introductory video or a chapter so that some of my students who aren't aware about web APIs as such, they get an idea as an introduction, and when we go into the application, we'll be building the simple web API which will extract the data in the JSON format, and we'll be able to check that data whether that's correct or not. So let's do that in our upcoming videos. Alright, welcome back. Now in the previous chapters and videos, what we did is we were able to display data into a tabular format. In the web view, the user can come in the web application and they will be able to view what's the customer first name, last name, date of birth, email ID, contact, date of onboarding, address, etc. Now what we are trying to do here is build an API, a web API in our ASP.NET application, and once that API is built, we will try to extract the data from the database, that is Microsoft SQL Server, in a JSON format. So we want to extract the data from the database through a web API. Let's do that in this chapter. So for that, what we need to do, let's do one thing. Let's close this application. I just opened up the application just to show that this data is still there in the database. I'll just close this application. I'll go to the SQL Server, the database that we had created. I will go to database. I'll go to OS Energy Portal DB, and I'll go to the tables. And over here, there is a customer table which is already there. And if I right click on customer table and then click on view data, I'll be able to see the data in my table. So the data is there. I'm able to see in the web view as well. Now we will create the web API. Let's do that. Let's go to the home controller. So we'll go to the controller right now. And if you look back to the previous chapter, what we really did is we were able to pull the data into a variable called results, and that was under the method called index, and index is under home controller. Now what we'll be doing is let's create one more method. So I'll just create a method which is public. I'll make this method as public, and then I'll take it as action result. So I'll take this one, action result. I'll open up the bracket. So you can see that once I open up the bracket, you'll be able to see that the action result needs to have a t value. Now this t value needs to be the value that we are trying to load, and this time what we are loading is a customer. It's a customer data. So what we'll be doing is this needs to be t value. Now over here what we'll be entering is I innumerable. So I'll just type as I innumerable, and then I'll make this as customers. Open and close bracket, and then I'll name this as customer API. So this method, I'll type it as customer API, open and close bracket. So this I'm making as a method, and there is an error over here. So customers, if I hover on top of it, I can see a potential fix. I'll just click on that, and the moment I do that, I'll be able to see that it's trying to import from the data.entities. Now what it's trying to do is it will import from our data entities. So I'll just click on this so that it gets imported. And once the import is done, you can see the error is gone. Now this is a customer API, and if I hover on top of this error, I'm able to see not all code paths return a value. Now this error is coming because I have not entered a return value, something similar to above method. Now I'll enter the return value. Before that, what I'll do is I'll enter a return OK method. So I'll return OK, and I'll just type as data repository and dot get all customers, which is being given by the IntelliSense, and I'll just open them and close bracket, and I'll just close this particular statement. Now the error is gone. As you can see, I have entered return over here and the error is gone. Now this needs to be under um, try and catch exception. Now it might happen that there is no customer getting returned, right? Now if no customers get returned, it will be a null value. I don't want the error to be seen by the customer or by someone who is trying to retrieve the data. It might happen that there is an exception getting occurred. So what I will try to do is I'll try to wrap this around a try and catch method. So I'll just open up and close a bracket, and I'll catch this exception. I'll just type as exception, and in this exception I'll just mention as a bad request. So it might happen that if there is no data getting retrieved, what I need to display is a bad request, and over here I can write a statement as fail to get customers. Right. So I'll just close this statement. Once I do that, I'll be able to run this particular API and see whether this is getting retrieved or not. Before that, what I'll try to do is I'll put couple of codes over here. So how the web APIs generally work is with status codes. Now status codes 200 OK is something which is an acceptable status code, and if it's not an acceptable status code, it will be probably 400. So what I'll type over here is produces. So this is an annotation. Now produces response type, and it could be 200, and it could be 400 as well. So if it's a good web API, it's a good response that is coming in, it will be 200, okay. And if it's a bad response, bad request, then it will be 400. So let's write that as well. Produces response type 400. So this annotation is done as well. And because this is a get method, let me add get verb over here. Right. So once that's done, what we need to do is we need to build this. Let me build this project or solution. So build get started. Build get succeeded as well. And once that is done, I'll run the application. So I'll go to IIS Express and I'll just click on this. I'll run the application. And you can see my data is getting populated in the table. So there is no change as such. The application is still retrieving the data through a view, through a web view. Now what we need to do is we need to verify whether the data is coming through this API or not, that is customer API. So this particular method, right, when I'm trying to look at the data through a web view, what it's doing is it's going to index method, which is still doing, but I want to retrieve my customer API. So for that, what I need to do is I need to run through a Postman collection. Now Postman is a tool where we can hit the APIs. For that, what we need to do is we need to download this app. So what we can do is we can just Google over here as Postman application, API testing, and by that you can look at the Google results, what is an API testing. So this is Postman. Postman is an app, and I just want to download this one. So Postman download for Windows. If I click on that, I can download the Postman. So I can just click on it and I can download from here. Now there are a couple of options. Either you can run it in your Google Chrome browser, but best is probably to download the app, desktop app itself. So you can just click on this, and once you do that, you'll be able to see that this is the Postman app application. And if you don't have any APIs, because you might have downloaded for the first time, you might have opened Postman for the first time, it will be looking something like this. Now you can import some APIs, you can create new APIs as well for testing purposes. Now there is history, there is collections, there is APIs. Now I have had some APIs in the past which I had run already. That's why this is appearing for me. If you're creating for the first time, what you can do is you can, so what I can, if you're a new user, what you can do is you can click on this particular tab, and once you do that, by default you get a get option. And if I click on this drop down, which is get, post, put, patch, delete, copy, so you have a lot of verbs to play around. But over here what we have created a web API is a get, which gets the data from the database. So we'll be selecting as get, and we need to be sure on what is the URL that we are trying to hit to get the data. So for that, what we need to do is we need to pick up this URL which we had already entered in our application as well. So if you remember, we had localhost, and this particular localhost we need to enter in this app. And once you enter this app, go to your Visual Studio and just have a look at what point are you get this home controller. So you need to go to the home controller, and from there you are trying to call a customer API. So let's enter over here as home and then hyphen customer API, and then let's send this. And once we send, you can see that we have got 200 OK, and we have got a response body as well. So how to read an API is that there is a URL going to be present, the URL that you are going to hit, that is endpoint URL. There is a response code which is 200 OK, which comes from as a status code, which is HTTP request, and that's a successful status code which is 200 OK, and there is a response as well, and the response is the data. So if we can see that there are 5 data which is present. Now customer ID is 1, first name Adam West, and the date of birth, email address, contact number, date of onboarding, exactly the same that is appearing for us in this table. Now we are able to retrieve through an API, which is what we wanted. And if you notice, we are not entering certain details, right? Like what we are doing here is this particular URL, and there is a home. So home is our controller name, and customer API is the method that we are calling. So method is customer API and home controller. So we don't generally add the controller name as such, the controller word as such, but we'll be taking the prefix of the controller name, and that's what we did over here as home. If there would have been more controller, or if the method would have been in a different controller altogether, we would have taken the prefix of the controller, similar to what we did is in the home controller. So after the controller, we are entering the method. So this data is retrieved, and we can see that it's in a JSON format. We have achieved this into as a get method. Now there is one more mechanism which I wanted to show. So if generally what happens is some of the applications run only on APIs, it does not expose the application, something like this. So if that is the case, what you need to do is you need to close this application, and if you want to just have APIs exposing the data, you can go back to Visual Studio. What you can do is you can go to project, that is the Australian Energy portal. This is the project. I'll just right click, I'll go to the properties, and over here there is an option which is launch browser. So if you uncheck this box, then the application will not open up. So I have unchecked this launch browser. I'll just click on IIS Express, and this time what will really happen is there will not be any browser which opens up, but we can still able to retrieve the data through the API hit. So let me wait for the build to get completed, and after that I'll just come here and then hit it again. Now it's sending the request, and because the application is still running in the background, it has not got completed. And this time around, yes, the application has started, and I'm able to get the data through API. And if you notice, there is no browser which has opened up this time around. So this is just, the data is just exposed through the API itself. Now I will just stop this application. I'll just click on stop debugging, and I'll just mark this as launch browser, just to show how we can correlate in the upcoming chapters of how to insert the data through an API, as well as through the UI as such, and do an update as well as delete. So we'll be able to do that in the future lectures. All right. Now just to get a recap, until now what we have done is we have run our application, and our application opens up the browser. It shows up the data as well, and even our API is working. So we have created one API which is customer API, and it does a get call, and we are able to retrieve the data. So there is 5 data which is getting retrieved. The same data is appearing in our web API as well, sorry, web view as well. Now what I wanted to mention is, as this application is running, that's the reason the data is getting retrieved in the API. So this local host with this port, which is 62969, this is getting data because our application is running. Now in case our application stops, then what will happen? So I'm just stopping up the application, and once I have stopped the application, what I can do is I can go here and do a send call. And once I do the send call, I'll get this error, which is error connection refused. So it was trying to get this, which is 127.0.0.1 and 62969. So generally this particular IP address, which is 127.0.0.1, is a local host, and it could not get the data, or it could not hit the local host because this application was not running. Now this application stopped, that's why this error is coming. Now if you start the application again and hit this particular API, then you will get the data again. So this is how the APIs work. If the application is not running, your API will not be able to run as well. Alright, now in this particular big chapter, what we are going to do is we are going to look how to add a customer. So as part of our CRUD operations, which is CRUD, what we have looked until now in the previous chapters was only read. So we were able to read the data. But what if we want to create the data, which is C of CRUD? So we want to create the data. We want to add the data. Now let's do that in this chapter. For that, what we need to do is first we need to create a button. Now if you notice in our application, what we need to do is first we need to create a button. So let's create the button first. So just above or just below the table itself, let's create a button over here, which is add customer. And once that button is present, if the user clicks on that button, he needs to be redirected to a page where he can enter the details like what's the customer first name, last name, date of birth, email address, contact, date of onboarding, and address. So let's do that first, and then after that we'll take the next steps. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just close this application first, and then I'll create the button. So I'll just close it. I'll go to the page which is index. So I went into index. Over here at the below of the table, I want a button. So over here what I'll do is I'll create a button, and I'll create with a class as bootstrap class, which is I'll select as button primary class. And once that's done, we need to open up a view after this button is clicked. So for that, we need to create a view. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's add a anchor tag over here. So this, what will be opening is an anchor tag, which is an A tag, and after that we'll be entering as ASP-controller, and over here we'll be adding the name of the controller, which is home. So we will create a view under home, and then we'll be putting as ASP action new customer, and let's make this as a link class equal to link, class equal to nav link, and we will name this button as add customer. So once we have done that, we have to create a view which is new customer. Alright, now in order to create the view, what we need to do is we need to right click on home, this folder, and what we can do is go to add and add a view. But when you do this via this mechanism, that is go to add and then click on view, what really will happen is there will be a scaffolding mechanism being run by ASP.NET application. It will try to scaffold in such a way that it's an add, edit, delete. It might work or it might not work. But what's a safe mechanism is if you have a view already, uh, just copy that view, and that is right click on the view and then paste it in back to the same folder, which is home. Now you got two views, and out of that you can see that there is an index copy. Now I'll just rename this as a new customer. So I'll just mark this as new customer. And because I had specifically named my view as new customer over here, that is ASP action, which is new customer, that's the reason I have named this particular view as new customer. Now over here, what I'll go and change in the title is, rather than home page, I'll add as new customer page. And similar to welcome building web apps, what I'll do is I'll remove the table as such from here and the button as well, and I'll simply create a web method over here which will submit the data. So I need to create a form where I can have some fields over here, and those fields need to be empty by the user, and he can click on submit. Once that gets submitted, the data needs to get inserted. Right, let's create the form here. So the form, I'll add a tag as form, and once I do that, I'll just add the method over here which is a post. So because this form is going to insert a data, that's why I'm going to select as post, and over here I'll create some divs which is a form group, and this divs needs to be of the form group. So I'll select over here as a form group in my div, and I can write as tags as labels. So I'll have tags with labels and input as well, because what I'll do is I'll make these as text values. So I'll just add as input, and I'll just add over here as ASP4, and this will be customer underscore first name. Now the moment I enter here as first name, and if I hover on top of this, I'm getting an error that IEnumerable customer does not contain a definition for first name, and no accessible extension method first name accepting a first argument. This is coming because when I entered ASP for customer ID or the first name, by default it picked up a model which is IEnumerable customer, and I had already got that under index, that's why it got copied. So what I'll do is I'll remove this model and I'll create a new model. So I'll create a new model to define the customer as such. For that, what I need to do is I need to hover on top of models folder, and I need to right click on this and create a model. I need to right click, go to add, and I'll not select the controller here. I'll just go to new item and I'll select this class. I'll rename this as new customer view model. I'll just click on add. Once added, I have got my class. Now over here, I'll enter the properties that I need. So I'll just type as prop and then tab, and I'll enter the properties over here, which is customer ID, and I'll enter all other properties. So I'll just enter rest of the properties. So once all the properties are created, you can see that the customer ID, customer name, int is customer ID, string customer first name, string customer last name, date time, date of birth, int v. Okay, I'll just remove this extra property. String email ID, string contact number, date time, date of onboarding, string as address. So all our properties are there. We'll just save this class file and then come to our view, which is new customer. And over here, I'll change this model name as @model new customer view model. Now once we do that, what we need to do is we need to add here, rather than first name, we will have to specifically put it as customer underscore first name. So I'll go back to new customer and I'll just add this as customer underscore first name. Customer underscore first underscore name. And the moment we do that, you can see that the error is gone and it has accepted from the model itself that the view which we wanted to create, because we associated the model with the view. Alright, so once this is done, what I'll do is I'll just save this file, and after that, once the label is added, we need to specifically write as a label which is customer first name, and over here as an input we need to add ASP for customer underscore first underscore name, and let this input be a type of text. So I'll just add as type equal to text, and I'll add a class which is a form control. So I'll just select this one. So our first input is done, which is a customer first name, and similar to this we'll create other form groups as well, which is last name, contact number, email address and all that. So I'll just populate that. Alright, so I have created all the form groups, and just wanted to mention one point over here was date of birth. Now date of birth is something which is not a text, but it is a date type, and that's the reason we need to change this type to date. So I'll specifically mention date of type as date, and it can be a ASP format as just DTMM. So over here what I'll be selecting as ASP format equal to, and then I'll be selecting as curly bracket 0 colon YYY hyphen MM. So this will be capital MM hyphen DD, and then close the curly bracket. And there is one more field which is a date. So that is date of onboarding. So same thing, I'll just copy here from here, and then I'll just paste it down below for the date of onboarding as well. Right, so once this is done, what we need to add over here is a button. So the form is looks good, but we need to add a button, and for that what we need to do is we need to add a tag of button, and with the button we have to make this as a type of submit, type equal to submit, and class can be a button warning. So the class, when we select, it will be a bootstrap, so it will be btn and btn warning. So we'll select as warning this time, and just we'll save this. So we'll run this application now. We'll build it, we'll run IIS Express so that we look at the application. So the applications opens up, and we can see a button down below which is add customer. We'll just click on that and nothing happens. Now why it doesn't happen anything? Why doesn't it go to the next page which we have created a view? And you guessed it right, why it has not navigated to the next page or the new customer page is because we haven't added the logic related to redirection in our controller. So what we need to do is we need to close this application, and then we need to head back to the controller. So in the home controller we need to add a new method, and this method has to be added as a new customer. So what we'll be doing is we'll add as a new method which will make it as a public I action result, and this will be new customer open and close bracket, and we need to return view over here, and we'll just save this. We'll head back to our view which is index, and over here if you notice we have put the ASP action as new customer. So what it's ideally supposed to do is supposed to go to the home controller, and from home controller it is supposed to go to new customer, this particular method, and from there it should be showing this view which is the view of new customer. So this is how the MVC work. So you can understand from the model it's picking up the view. You can understand from the view it is going to a controller. From controller is redirecting to another view which is new customer. Now let's rerun this IIS Express and let's have a look. Now before we run the application, we have to make sure that this button would really work or not. So this button is a tag. Now this is a tag. This is an button with a tag, and there is an ending tag as well in the end. Apart from that, there is a anchor tag, so which starts with A. And if you notice that the anchor tag is ending over here in the end, but we need to make this anchor tag after the add customer. Otherwise, what will happen is even if we click on add customer, nothing would return, or it would not really redirect. So we'll add the anchor tag after add customer. Once we do that, let's run this application. So I'll just click on IIS Express. Once the application opens up, you might have noticed that the add customer itself has gone totally blue, but there is a button over here which is add customer. You can slightly see over there. Now this has happened because what has happened is like our anchor tag has taken over this. As a result, this particular button, which has supposed to be blue white, that has appeared as blue. Now we'll take care of that soon after. Let's click on add customer, and once we do that, you can see that the add customer web page has opened up. So I'll just expand this particular browser, and you can see that there is a customer first name, last name, date of birth, email ID, contact number, date of onboarding, address, and there is a small button over here which is very small, which is not visible for the user. We'll just correct this stylings so that it's visibly clear for the customer, and let's do that now. So I'll just close this browser. First we'll fix the button. So over here what I'll do is I'll put a styling over here, which is style equal to, in the double quotes, as color aqua, and we'll just save this, and we will head on to the view of new customer. And over here, as you notice, our form group works. Even our form method is appearing over there. Even our submit button is appearing, but it's very small. So we'll just fix it over here quickly. In our form group, we want to add one more div. So here we'll create the div, and let's make this div in such a way that there we can add the classes over here. So I'll just make this as a div, and I'll add a class which takes off care of the column. Now there has to be resizing of the text boxes. So I'll just add over here as column MD4 and column LG6 and column XS equal to 12. Alright, so we have done with this particular styling. Now we need to enter this styling everywhere in this every field. So I'll just add that quickly. Yep. So once the styling is done, I'll just save this and I'll rerun the application. And our add customer is now visible because of the styling. At least the text is visible. The color is not appearing that great, but this is just for test purposes. So I'll just click on add customer, and it will lead me to this particular view which is a form. Now if I see over here, this looks little bit structured compared to the earlier thing. We can still improve the styling, but if we notice that the submit button is still not visible properly, we'll get this fixed in the next video. We'll style it better, and we will make sure that the submission that we are doing over here as a first customer, as the customer details, once we click on the submit, it gets inserted into our database. Let's do that in the next video. Alright, welcome back. Now in the previous lecture and video, what we really did was we were able to create this button, add customer, and we styled that button as well. And as soon as we click on that button, we land on this page where there are text fields that we added. We sized and styled the text boxes, and all the fields were created. Apart from that, there was a button which was submit. We are yet to style that. And date of birth, as we know, is date. Hence, if the user clicks on this, he'll be able to select a date. Same as with date of onboarding as well. Now in this lecture, what we will try to do is we will try to make a functionality wherein if you enter all the details on this fields, then after that, if the user clicks on the submit button, then the data gets added into the database. So let's do that. So the first thing what we'll be doing is we'll correct the styling of this submit button. So for that, let me close this application. And then I'll head on to new customer view. After that, I'll just scroll down, and if you notice there is a empty space over here, we just need to add a word which is submit so that it appears over there. And I'll enter a style over here as well, which is style color, and I'll make this one as black. I'll just run this IIS Express with the browser opened up and check whether the styling is corrected or not. The browser has opened up. Right, now I'll just click on add customer, and you can see that the styling has got corrected, and even the button is appearing, which is a submit button. Now I'll just close this, and let's work on how to populate this data, and once that's clicked on submit, the data will get added. So let me close this application. And if you remember in the last lecture, what we did is we created a method, we created a model which was called as new custom view model. Now new customer view model contains these properties already, which is customer ID, customer name, first name, customer last name, date of birth, email ID, contact number, date of onboarding, address. Now using this model, what we'll be doing is we'll use this model in our controller. Now let us head to the controller, which is home controller, and over here we will create one method which is new customer. So I'll just enter as public I action result new customer, and the moment we do that, there is a warning or there is an error which is getting highlighted. That is home controller already defines a member called new customer with same parameters. So what's happening is there is a new customer already over here, which is the page view, but there was supposed to be, but this new customer is supposed to be different. Hence, what we need to do is we need to add a annotation over here, which is HTTP post, and we will use the model, which is new customer view model, and we will get um, argument called as model, and our error has changed, which is if I hover on top of new customer now the error has changed. That is home controller dot new customer, not all code path returns a value, so there is no return value. Now the error has changed that because we made this as a new customer and we added an argument over here, it is somewhat different from new customer method without any parameter. That's the reason we are that's the reason the error has changed. Now we will use this model argument and try to map the fields. So we'll use as customer id equal to model dot, and the moment I type as dot, you can see that the parameters of the model are appearing over here, that is the properties are appearing over here. So I'll select as customer id, and we will have to validate that the model is really valid or not. So for that we'll put a statement over here, model state dot is valid, and we'll enter the details here, and we will have to add the variable as well. So I'll just add var new customer equal to new customer. So what we are really doing, we are really doing is we are creating a customer, we are creating a new customer object, and that customer object will contain all the details and the fields related to the customer, a new customer. Hence customer id equal to model dot customer id, and we'll use as customer name, that is first name, equal to model dot customer first name, last name equal to model dot customer last name, date of birth equal to model dot date of birth, email id equal to model dot email id, contact number equal to model dot contact number, date of onboarding equal to model of date of onboarding, and address equal to model dot address. So we'll just save this, and in the end what we'll be doing is we'll be adding this into a data repository. So I'll just select as underscore data repository dot, and the moment I do that, I'm not able to get anything that I want to save in the data repository. For that, what we need to do is we need to head back to the data repository, and over here you can see that the data repository has get all customers, but there is no such method where we can really add an entity. So inside, so what we'll create is one method which is specific to add entity. So I'll just add as public add entity. Let's make this as void, and in the argument we'll add as object model, and we'll add as ctx dot add model with a semicolon just to end. Now what we have done is in the data repository we have added the add entity method. We'll utilize this one in our home controller. So now if I type dot right after that, we have to come to interface iData repository, and we have to add the add entity over here as well. So we'll type as void add entity object model, and with closed with a semicolon. So we'll just save this and come to home controller. So after that, if we come to the home controller, we'll be able to see uh, if we type as dot right after underscore data repository, there is an add entity coming over here. So we'll select that, and in our argument we'll be passing as new customer. So we'll just select as new customer with a semicolon. Right. Now we are almost finished, but still there is an error. So I'll just hover on top of a new customer, and yes, we forgot to add a written um, statement for this particular method. That's why it's throwing an error. Now what we need to do is we need to add a return statement. Now in this return, we will specifically use as a redirection to method, the redirection to action. So we'll use redirection to action, and over here in the arguments we'll be selecting as index and close it with a semicolon. Right, now this return method has to be outside of this method, and I'll have to put it down below so that it's right after the method closure, just before the method closure. Alright, so this is done. Now even the error is gone. I'll just save this. Now as you can see, we have created a new method which is new customer. We have put the argument as well of model, and we have mapped the values of the properties, and we are trying to add an entity, and we have added the add entity in data repository as well as interface iData repository. We have already mapped that. Now what we need to do is we need to run the IIS Express and test our application. The browser has opened up. I'll just click on add customer, and I'll try to fill this form with the entering of the customer details. I'll select as a date of birth as a random date of birth. So I'll just scroll up and select something in 2005 June 8th. Email address as isaac.guan at gmail.com. Contact number as +61 432 4678 0. Date of onboarding, so date of onboarding just as 11th, and address can be a string, so 13th Liam Street, Cranbourne, Victoria 3008, and click on submit. And the moment you click on submit, we have been redirected to this page, but we are still not able to see the data. So I had entered as Isaac Guan, but that data is not appearing over here. So what could go wrong? So redirection is happening correctly. Even though we click on add customer, enter the details and click on submit, the redirection is happening. But where did the data go? And some of you might have guessed it. What we really missed was we are inserting the data. Even the redirection is happening correctly, but we have not saved the data. Now we were supposed to save that as well so that it gets inserted into the database. Now for that, what we need to do, let's close this application and let's get back to the home controller. And in the home controller, what we need to do is we need to add a statement of save all. So over here we need to add a statement of data repository, and dot save is not appearing. For that, what we need to do is we need to add it in our data repository class. So I'll just add as public void save all, close with semicolon, sorry, open and close as brackets, and this will have to be context dot save changes, but we will have to put this as greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, we'll have to save it, and this is throwing an error because we'll have to modify this one as a bool. Let's convert this one as a boolean and convert this into a return statement. Alright, so once that's done, what we need to do is we need to add iData repository, and we need to add the statement of save all here as well. And let's save it, Control S. We'll go to the home controller, and over here we'll add as data repository dot, there is a save all, so we'll select that and close it with a semicolon. Now let's rerun this application and see whether the save really works or not. And while rerunning the application, we found out that there is an error, and data repository does not implement the interface, cannot implement because it does not have a matching return type of void. So there is a mismatching return type. So for that, what we need to do is we need to head back to data repository, iData repository, and convert from void to bool, that is boolean. And let's save this and rebuild, that is click on IIS Express, and let's see the application to open up. Right, let's click on add customer and rerun to enter the data. So I'll just select IC. Let's click on submit. And after we click on submit, you can see that Isaac Guan has got inserted over here. So our insert was successful and we are getting redirected to our index page. So this is what we wanted. So our create has also worked apart from our read. So both operations have worked. Now in the next video, what we'll be really doing is we'll be inserting the data via an API. So that will be a post API, and we'll be able to insert the data using the post API. Let's do that in the next video. Alright, welcome back. Now in the previous lecture, what we did is we were able to insert a record, that is the customer data, into our database, and we were able to view the data as well in our browser. Now what we'll be doing in this particular lecture is build a post API where we can insert the data into the database via API. Now before that, what I'll do is I'll head on to Postman. And if you remember in one of the previous videos or lectures, what we really did is we built this get API call, and we were able to perform a send on this particular API, and we were able to extract the data from the database. Now, as we did in our last lecture, this particular data, which is Isaac Guan, that is isaac.guan@gmail.com, this particular record was created through a browser. Now let's see whether we are able to extract this data from an API perspective or not. So once I run this particular API, I'm able to get 200 state OK as response status. And if I look at the response body, I'm able to see that Isaac Guang is also coming in my data. The customer ID is getting automatically created in the database when it's getting inserted, and that's also getting retrieved when I perform this get API. Now I can also confirm that there are 6 data in the database. So this is the first data, which is Adam Best. Second data is Isaac Guan. Third data is Jack Jones. Fourth data is Mary Jane. Fifth data is Matt Parsons. And sixth data is Peter Willis. So this is what the data is. Now let's create the post call in such a way that we are able to insert the data through the post call as well. So for that, I'll close this application and I'll head on to Visual Studio, and over here I'll just mention that this is the home controller that we have been using to perform all our operations or all our methods. Now we'll have to create one more controller, which is an API controller. So for that, what we need to do is we need to right click on this home controller, copy it, and we will create a copy of this controller in the same folder, which is controllers. So I'll just paste it over there. As a result, I can see there are two controllers now. One is a home controller copy, another is home controller. Let me rename home controller to API controller. So I'll just right click and click on rename, and I'll go to home API. I'll just rename this API controller and I'll remove this copy. So this will be home API controller. So this is a different controller altogether. So I created that. I'll go to home API controller, and the moment I do that, I can see some errors already appearing over here. And if I hover on top of it, it shows that this particular project already contains home controller. So I'll just rename this to home API controller, and I'll rename the constructor as well, which is home API controller, and my error is gone. So I'll scroll down a little bit. There is an index method, but this index method is also present in home controller. So I'll just remove this from here, and I'll remove the customer API as well, because I'll be able to use that in the home controller itself. So I'll just remove it. New customer view I'll remove, and new customer post call. This is what we have to work on. So I'll just keep it over here. I'll scroll down below. I'll remove the privacy method from here, and I'll remove the error method as well from here. Alright, so once that is done, I'll just save this so that my home API controller is saved. Now the thing with the API controllers is that we have to make this as an API controller. For that, what I need to do is I need to add an annotation, which is API controller. So the moment I'm typing API, there is an IntelliSense where Visual Studio is giving me an option to add API controller. So I'll add API controller here, and then I'll add a route to this. So this is a route. I'll just open and close the bracket with double quotes, and then API slash controller. And apart from that, I'll add one more annotation, which is produces, open and close bracket, and this one is application slash JSON. Right. Once I have done this, what I'll do is I'll scroll down a little bit, and I will have a look at my new customer method. So I'll keep this unchanged, and based on this, I'll run the IIS Express now. So if you notice, there is a route that we have created here, API slash controller. Please make note of this, because this because we will have to construct our URL for a post API. Build is happening. Browser has opened up, and even my API. So let me go to the Postman. So we had performed a get call earlier, and what I'll do is I'll copy one JSON data from here. That is one record. I'll just copy this one. I'll select the verb of post, and I'll just paste my JSON data, the sample one here. I'll remove the customer ID because this is going to be selected by the ASP.NET application. I'll just click on beautify so that the JSON gets structured, and over here I'll just add another data, which is I'll name the first name as Anil. I'll change the last name to Kadam. The date of birth I'll slightly modify. Email address I'll just change it to anil.kadam@gmail.com. I'll slightly change the contact number. Date of onboarding I'll just change it to, and I'll change the address little bit, so I'll change it to 10 Canary Lane, Sandal Park, Vic 3077. Alright, so now coming to the URL. Now the URL that we are supposed to enter over here, because we have put a route over here as API/controller, that's the reason what we will have to do is we have to add API, then //home, and this has to be API because our controller name is home API, and then our method this time is new customer. Right, this is the URL that we are supposed to hit for the post call. Now this is the base method until here. Then we are using our route, which is API/, that is /. Then there is a controller, which is home API /, and then the method name, which is new customer. We'll perform the send. Alright, so we got an error which is 404 not found. We were expecting as 200 OK as response status, but we ended up getting 404 not found. Now let's close this application and have a look at our Visual Studio. And there has been three kind of annotations added, that is route, API controller, and producers. Now we missed one thing, which is an annotation for our post call, that is this particular method, which is new customer. This is also supposed to have a route. So what we need to add over here is a route annotation, and we will have to call this as action. So I'll just open and close the bracket with the double quotes inside, and then square brackets as well, and I will have to add route as action. I'll just save this and I'll rerun the application, and after that I'll hit the post call and verify again. Alright, now before hitting the post call or performing a send, what we'll do is we'll put couple of breakpoints, and we'll put the breakpoint over here so that we understand what's being passed through this particular model or this particular argument. And once that is done, once we have entered the breakpoint, let me click on send. We are expecting this particular status to change this time around. And once I hit the send, this particular method is being called. I know about this because the breakpoint has reached over here, and if I hover on top of this, there is a model argument. I'll just hover and click and see what all details are being sent through this API. Now as you can see, there are different values coming in. So Anil.Kadam, this time around it has come over here. Date of birth also is appearing that we had entered. Date of onboarding is appearing as 1st of January and the first year, which looks to be a little bit incorrect. The customer first name appears to be null. Customer last name appears to be null. Contact number is what we had actually entered for Anil Kadam. And the address that we changed to 10 Canary Lane, that also appears to be correct. Now, why this is happening? Let's understand. So, address, contact number, date of birth, as well as email address looks fine, but we need to correct the date on onboarding. So there is a date on onboarding and there is a customer first name and the customer last name. Now what I'll do is I'll close this application and I'll head on to Postman. And what I need to do here, I need to change my parameter. Now I need to change the property in such a way that it should match with my data. Now this is a key value pair, that is customer underscore first underscore name, and for this what I'll do is customer underscore last underscore name. And here if you notice I had changed it to date on onboarding, so I'll make this as date on onboarding. And after that what I'll do is I'll rerun this application. I'll click on IIS Express. So once the application is up and running, I'll go to the Postman, I'll just hit the send again. And it has reached here in the breakpoint. It has not proceeded, it is still waiting for the breakpoint. And I'll hover on top of model and I'll open it up. And as you can see, our data is getting populated. Now Anil is coming in the first name. In last name, Kadam is coming. Even email address anil.kadam@gmail.com is coming. Date of onboarding is appearing correctly this time around. And after that what we'll be doing is let's click on continue. So for this the model looks good. I'll just click on continue. And once I come to the browser and I refresh my browser, what happens is I'm able to see the data over here. So Anil Kadam has appeared. The new data has come here through the API. Similarly, what we can do is we can insert some more data. Now, in this particular lecture, what we have achieved is through our Postman, we were able to insert the data and we were able to watch it in our browser. And in the previous lecture, as we did, we were able to add the customer and we were able to verify that the data is coming in the browser, as well as if I go back and perform a get call, I'll have to change my URL. Now I'll have to make this as customer API and I'll have to remove the API and I'll have to make this as a home controller. And there is no payload required from the get call perspective. I'll just click on send and I'll be able to see that the data is getting retrieved. So the data which we had entered, Adam West, now Anil Kadam is also appearing in the get call. Isaac Guan is something that we entered through our browser, and rest of the data, which is Jack Jones, Mary Jane, Matt Parsons, Peter Willis as well. So we are able to successfully insert the data through an API as well, and it is getting stored in our database. If I go to Visual Studio and if I open up my database, I'll go to SQL Server, I'll open up the database, I'll go to OS Energy Portal DB, and over here I'll just click on the tables and right click on the customer, click on view data. And once I do that, you can see that couple of data that we had entered, that is Isaac Guan, that has got inserted in our database, and even Anil Kadam has appeared in our database. So this can conclude our post API was successful. Alright, welcome back to this particular lecture where we'll be looking at update transaction. Now Update is the U part of the CRUD operations, CRUD operations that we generally do. And for CRUD operation, for the update operation, it becomes a little bit tricky. Now, the tricky in the sense what we ought to do for the update operation is, imagine the user needs to update some of the record, or he has to update a record. So for that, what we have to make available to the user is first of all the edit button. Now he might require to update something like if he wants to update the contact number of Jack Jones. So he should be able to do that via a button on Jack Jones. If he clicks on that edit button, he'll be given the form where he can update the contact number. And once he clicks on submit, then the contact number gets updated. Similarly, if he wants to update some other record, like if he wants to update the email address of Matt Parsons, so what he will be required to do, he's required to click on edit related to Matt Parsons, and then he can update the email address. And once he clicks on save or submit, then the email address needs to get updated. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to have a button for each of the records so that it's visible to the user, and so that once they click on that button, they are leading to a page where they are able to edit that particular record. So let's do that. Let's create the edit buttons first, and then we'll be creating a form of edit so that the user can be able to edit. So let's do that. I'll close this particular browser and I'll head on to this Visual Studio. And over here, where we really want to have edit buttons is near our records. So I'll have to go to the view of index. And over here, I will have to create a edit button for each of the records. So under this particular section where is it's for each, we'll create the buttons as well. Now what we'll be doing is we'll create one more tag over here, which is a TD tag. And over here we will type as @HTML dot, and over here the moment I press dot, I can see different options over here. That is an action link. I can prepare a form as well. I don't want a form, I don't want a checkbox, what I want. So dot, and what I'll be doing is I'll click on action link, and over here I'll open and close the bracket, and over here what I'll do is I'll put as edit, comma, double quotes, edit, comma, new, and over here I'll mention as ID equal to p dot. So over here when I do p dot, I'm able to get customer ID, which is going to be unique identifier for our record. So customer ID is going to be unique record. It could happen that there are two names or two email addresses which are kind of matching, but we will stick to our primary key, which is customer ID. So I'll just select customer ID and I'll close the curly bracket and I'll save this file. And after that, what I'll do is I'll rerun this application through IIS Express and verify whether my edit link is present or not. Right, now the browser has opened up and I can see edit links over here on each of the record. Now these edit links are required so that once the user needs to click on that edit link if he wants to change something related to that record. Now we did discuss that if I want to update Jack Jones contact number, what I'll do is I'll click on edit, and the moment I do that, if you can see in the URL, that is the controller name, that is home, and then there is an edit, and after that there is 4. So what is this 4? If you notice, this particular I is the customer ID for Jack Jones. Now this is the customer ID. It's trying to get to this page, but that's missing. Now what we'll be doing is we'll create a view wherein the details related to Jack Jones will appear, so that it becomes easy for the user if he wants to update some fields of related to Jack Jones. Now I'll go back, and I want to mention one more thing is, if you notice over here, the header is missing, as in what is generally over here we will put whether the user needs to click on edit or something. This seems to be an empty gap. We will try to fill that as well as in the header, so that it appears correctly for the user as such. So let's do that. I'll close this browser for now, and I'll head on to Visual Studio, and I will add here one more header. So just below the address, I'll add one more header with the tag of th, and I'll mention here as update, and I want this to be standing out. So what I'll do is I'll put as style and equal to with double quotes of color, that is dark cyan, and I'll save this file. Now let's go to home controller, that is under controllers folder, and over here we need to redirect to the view of edit customer. So let's do that. We'll scroll down a little below, and we will create a method over here just below the new customer as public I action result edit, and here I'll make this as int id. I'll open up and close curly brackets, and over here I'll make it as a variable cust, that is customer, equal to, so we are trying to identify the customer which has been clicked by the user. So var cust equal to underscore data repository dot get all customers, open and close bracket, dot where s equal to and greater than s dot customer id equal to id, and that is dot first or default. So what we are doing here is we are trying to identify the customer which is coming through the ID. So user might click on any of the customer, and if they click on one of the customer, the ID is getting extracted for that particular customer, and we are trying to identify which customer is that. So in this case, what will really happen is, because the user had clicked on edit of Jack Jones as a customer, the ID will come here, that is number 4, which is the customer ID, will come here in this argument, and it will get passed to this particular ID, and it will try to match with the customer ID in the database, and from there we are able to get the customer details, that is Jack Jones, the email ID of Jack Jones, all that will come into this variable. And after that, what we need to do is we need to put a return statement, return as a view. So we have to display the view of the customer. I'll end this statement as semicolon, and I'll save this, and I'll run the IIS Express. So let me run this. So once we have opened up the browser, there was slight change that we did. As you remember, we had added one more header. So update has come over here, as you can see. Now we will click on Jack Jones. As a user, we'll click on edit so that our details are appearing. So the moment you click on edit, what's happening is an unhandled exception occurred while processing the request. Now, invalid operation, the view edit was not found. So what really happened is we have not created the view. We have just entered the details in the controller. So what ASP.NET tried to do is it tried to search in view folders, it tried to search in page folders, it tried to search under home, it tried to search in shared, but it couldn't get this edit details. So let's close this and let's add a view. So we'll scroll a little bit down and we'll add the view over here under home. For that, what I'll do is I'll copy the new customer view and paste it in the home folder itself. And I'll rename this view as edit customer. And once that's done, I'll go to edit customer. And over here, there is a model. Now this model is of new customer view. But what we don't want this to happen is we don't want the model of new customer, but we want the model of customers. So I'll just add the model of the customer, and over here I can probably add this as edit customer page. And over here what we need to do is we need to add a header that this is edit customer, and we have to remove this particular section which is related to new customer. So we'll replace it with a form. So what I'll do is @using, and then I'll write as html dot begin form. I'll open up and close the bracket, and I'll create a div, and this div will have the class as form horizontal. I'll open up a div tag, and under this I'll add the class equal to form group. I'll add bold tags which is B, and add html dot label @html dot editor for, because we are editing the details. Equal to new @class equal to form control, and then close a curly bracket. Now similar to this, we will create other fields as well. So once that's done, what we'll be doing is we'll be adding a form group specifically for submit. So whatever needs to get updated, post the field gets updated, the field related to customer, then if a save button is clicked, what will really happen is that detail will get saved in the database which is getting edited. and this will be a type of submit, which will be value of equal to save, and let's make this class as button btn with btn info. Let's save this and let's run the application and verify whether our view is really ready or not. We'll click on Jack Jones, that is edit button. Let's see what really happens. Alright, now again that exception has come. Now why this exception has come, let's have a look. Now it was trying to look for edit.chtml. Now we added controller, we added view as well, but this view was named as edit customer by us. So let's close this, and if I go here, this has to be edit, not edit customer. So I'll just rename this to edit. Let's click on Jack Jones, that is edit button, and the moment we do that, you can observe that our edit customer page is opening up, and incidentally all the details related to the customer, that is Jack Jones, the date of birth of Jack Jones, the email ID of Jack Jones, even contact number, date of onboarding, and address is all appearing. Now here we can change the details, like what we really wanted to do is we wanted to change the contact number of Jack Jones. So I can change it to some other contact number, and if I click on save, what will really happen is nothing will happen, because we have not created the method related to edit customer. Just to explain that better, if we look at the home controller, what we really did was, this is an edit customer, right? Now this returns a view, that's it. But we have not created a post mechanism of an edit. We haven't done that yet. Let's do that in the next video, in the next chapter. But this looks good. Apart from that, what we'll require to do, this looks as if it's not aligned properly, it's not styled properly, that the text field looks very expanded. We will try to get this sorted. We'll try to align it in a proper field size as well, so that it doesn't look expanded, it doesn't look very weird for the user. And apart from that, we'll try to build this logic of save. Once it saves, it will return back to the original page. So it will return back to this particular table, and it will get updated over here. So currently, even if I clicked on save, the user clicked on save, nothing happened. The contact number still remains the same. Once we add the logic, this will get updated. Uh, just to verify from other record perspective, right? If I want to change the email address of Matt Persons, that was another scenario. Let me click on edit, and the moment I do that, I am redirected to another customer ID. So over here you can see it has gone to Matt Parsons customer ID over here, and we can see the details of Matt Parsons over here as well, which is looking good. So our redirection of related to edit is working, but we need to build the logic for saving as well, so that it gets updated in the database. Let's do that in the next video. Alright, now in this video what we'll be doing is we'll pick up from where we left in the previous video. We need to create the method specifically for save and submit. So let me close this browser now, and let me create the method. Now this will be public I action result edit, and The arguments that we'll be passing here will be customer, and then we can write the object as cust. I'll open up the curly brackets, and from here we'll pick up our result. Will create a variable which is result customer, equal to underscore data repository dot get all customers, open and close bracket, where s equal to greater than s dot customer id equal to now cust dot customer id dot first dot default, open and close bracket, ending with semicolon. Now what we are trying to do here is we are trying to update list by older username and adding updated user for the edit purposes. So result customer will be our updated um, details of the customer, and after this what we'll be doing is we'll be writing as underscore data repository dot. Now what we have to do is this particular object is the new object and this particular object is the old object. So underscore data repository, we will remove the old object or old entity, which will be dot remove result customer. I'll close the statement, and we will add the new customer details, which is cust, and we will save this in our database. So underscore repository dot save all, open and close bracket, and then we need to return back to our index page. So for that what we'll do is return redirect to action, open and close bracket with ending with semicolon, open double quotes, and then this will be index. Alright, so we are done with this, but what to notice is there is an error which is remove entity. Now if we notice that similar to what we did in add entity, we will have to have remove entity. For that we need to go into data folder. Under this there will be data repository. I'll just click on that, and over here similar to add entity, I will just copy this and paste it and rename this one as a remove entity. So I'll just do that, and this will be ctx dot remove model. Now we have to match this with our data repository as well. So I'll just save this first, which is data repository. I'll go to data repository, and over here I'll add as void remove entity, and this will be object model ending with semicolon. I'll just save this and come back to home controller, and if you see that the error is gone. So we are set with our edit, which is again this one is a post call, so I'll just have to add annotation of http post, and I'll just save this file, and after that I'll run the application. So IIS Express, I'll just run the application. Right, once the browser opens up, we'll go to the record that we were already editing, which is Jack Jones. I'll just click on edit. We'll end up in this page, which is Jack Jones. Now what I'll do is I'll update the contact number. I'll slightly change the digits and I'll click on save. Alright, now I'll click on Jack and Jones and I'll modify the contact number and click on save. And I'd put a breakpoint over here under edit. So I'll just have a look at the cust and I'm able to get all the details, and even I'm able to get the contact number, which is 32. I had modified this contact number and the customer ID is coming as 0. The customer ID was supposed to be 4 because that's the customer ID of Jack and Jones. So let's see what really happens. I'll click on continue and over here the result customer has come as null. Alright, I'll just click on continue and I get an error. So what's the error is the value cannot be null. So that is the error. Now why this is happening? I'll explain that. What's really happening is when we are in the view page, so on the edit view page, this is the customer ID which is 4, and when we are saving it, it is not getting passed to our method of edit view properly. How we can tackle this? Let's tackle this. I'll just close this browser and I'll move on to edit, and over here I will have to define the model view. I will have to define the customer ID over here somehow so that this view from edit can go back to home controller and in the edit method. So how do we do that is @HTML dot hidden for in the bracket as model equal to greater than model dot customer ID, and I'll save this. So what's happening over here is the customer ID is getting saved in this view and it will pass on to this particular edit. Alright, let me rerun this IIS Express. And once the browser has opened, I'll go to edit of Jack and Jones and I'll modify the contact number. So what I will change this one is 477777777 just for testing purposes, and I'll just click on save. And once I click on save, this breakpoint has reached, which is customer cust. If I open up this, I'm able to see the customer ID as 4. It's no more 0, and even the contact number is getting updated over here. So I'll just click on continue. And once I clicked on continue, I have reached this particular page. Now over here, I can see the contact number has got updated. So Jack and Jones had a different contact number that has got updated to what the user really wanted. Now apart from that, there was another scenario where we wanted to change the email address of matt.parsons. Over here, what we'll do is we'll click on edit, and you can see the customer ID of Matt Parsons is appearing here, which is customer 6. And over here, what we want to do is we want to update the email address of Matt Parsons. So over here, what I'll do is matt.parson1@gmail.com, and I'll just click on save. And it has entered this particular method, which is edit. Over here, I'll just hover on top of cust. I'll just click on this drop down, and you can see that the email address has got updated, matt.parsons1@gmail.com. I'll just click on continue, and I'll just click on continue again. And over here, the index page has appeared and the email address also had got updated. So matt.parsons1@gmail.com has got updated. So we are able to achieve now the update part of CRUD through view, and that's what we wanted to achieve in this particular lecture. Alright, now in previous videos and chapters, what we did was we looked at read, we created customers as well, and we updated customers as well. Now in this particular video and lecture, what we'll be doing is we will bring in the functionality of delete customer. Now for that, we will go similarly to what we did for edit. It is pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. So I'll just close this application for now. What we are intending to do is create delete links and a delete column as well. So let me close this application. And over here, we will go to home controller. And in home controller, we will add couple of methods which is for delete. So the first method that we'll create is public action result, and this will be delete customer cust, open and close curly bracket, and over here we will add the variable result cust equal to repository dot get all customers, open and close bracket, dot where s equal to greater than s dot customer id equal to cust dot customer id, and after the closing of bracket, dot first or default, open and close bracket, and right after that what we need to do is underscore data repository dot remove entity. Now we'll remove the entity, which is cust result cust, end with a semicolon, and then we need to save as well, data repository save all, open and close bracket, and then we'll perform return direct to action, open and close brackets. Over here we will try to go to index, close the statement with a semicolon. Alright, we'll save this, and this is the view, this is the post call that we wanted. So I'll just add http post, and on top of that we will create a view. So it will be public I action result delete int id as a passing the parameter or argument, and in delete we will try to set up the variable bar cust equal to underscore repository underscore data repository dot get all customers, open and close bracket, where s equal to greater than s dot customer id equal to id dot first or default, open and close bracket, and ending with semicolon, return view, it will be cust, ending with semicolon. We'll save this. and we will go to our controller and we'll go and create a view. So over here, instead of edit, we'll right click, copy and paste, delete. I'll just rename the edit copy to delete, and in my index I'll go here and copy the last column and I'll change this to delete so that we have the delete links as well. And in the header as well, we'll add the delete. So the header is added as delete. And post that, we'll come back to delete view. And over here, what we really want to do is we want to delete. So what we have done here is an edit customer. I'll change the title to delete. And post that. Over here, we will add the headline H2 as delete customer. And over here, if you notice what we had done in for our edit related view was we added editor over here. So over here what we'll do is we'll change this editor to display. So everything will be a display, not an editor. So I'll change it for first name, last name, date of birth, email ID, date of onboarding, address as well. And over here we will, instead of we'll get this corrected, which is display for, and over here in the submit the value needs to be delete. And over here I'll modify this particular class little bit, so rather than info it will be danger, and I'll just save this view. And this also will lead to, and in the end what we will be doing is, alright, so we are done with our view, and let's see whether we have captured everything. I'll just save this and let me open up the application as Express. Browser opens up. Alright, now we want to delete one of the line item or one of the customer. What we can do is we can select one customer. So you can see that in the last column we have got additional column now, which is delete. And over here we can click on delete button. So if I want to delete this record, which is Peter Willis, I just click on delete. And the moment I do that, you can see that most of the parameters, right, like the customer name, Peter, last name, Willis, date of birth, email ID, contact number, date of onboarding, address, most of them are read only. Now this contact number is appearing as edit only. This was not supposed to happen. So probably what has happened is I haven't changed the contact number, so it's still appearing as edit for. So we'll get that rectified. Let's click on delete, and once we click on delete, you have observed that the delete action has deleted the row. So the Peter Willis record has got deleted, and our delete action has worked. So this concludes the delete part, but yes, as per styling we need to get this rectified, so let's do that as well before concluding. So I'll just close this browser and I'll change the editor for to display for. I'll just save this and I'll rerun. And generally what happens is for the delete view, right, we are giving only one action to the user. We are not giving for an edit, but it's for delete. So just to confirm that that's the customer details altogether, it's kind of a read view so that the user can view okay, these are the details before performing the operation of delete. So we can try one more. So if I want to delete as Adam West, I can click on delete. And the moment I click on delete, you can see that all the details related to Adam West are appearing. So it can be verified. Okay, these are the details. And one action, that is delete action, can delete that record. Over here on the top, you can see that the controller name appears. Even under the controller there is a method which is delete, and this is the customer ID. So for Adam West, this is the customer ID which is appearing in the URL as well. Alright, so that's catered for the delete action, and this concludes our delete video.